All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. We got some viewers over on Facebook and YouTube. We're gonna be rocking and rolling here in a sec. We got the last two matches of the Open tournament that started yesterday morning. We got Clay Belvoir against Shu Chang Chow, who managed to pull out a stopper of a match. And I think we're about ready to get lagging here. In the booth today, I got Patrick Nix over from Chalkbox. How's it going, Patrick?
It's going great. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I think things have been going pretty well. I saw you doing the Evo Sports stuff, and some other stuff.
Yeah, we're doing a lot of new things with Evo Sports technology, and I had a great event yesterday here on the Chalkbox. We had an all-day Moscone Cup challenge, and but this is really fun to watch here because one of my favorite players to watch, Shu Chang Chow, is just having a heck of a tournament here. Coming in at his 637 Fargo rate and, taking down some giants. And he's got two more giants ahead of him here with Clay Belvoir and then Stephen Fullen in sitting in the hot seat. So big challenge for him. Hopefully he got a good night's sleep and a good breakfast because he's going to need it.
Yeah, hopefully. I think he knows Clay's game pretty well, and they already played a match in this tournament. I think they were on table 5 on the Evo Sports stream yesterday. I think I was kind of hopping back and forth between it, and from what I remember, I talked to Clay after the match on the stream, and he had a couple of bad mistakes. Shu Chang did, and I think his first two racks he missed 2 10 balls, which was a pretty huge swing of things. And I think Clay only won by 3 points or something like that. So it could have been either way. Those 2 10 balls go down, it's a whole different game. So yeah, I'm sure he wants a little bit of a revenge on that one.
Yeah, and you certainly, you can't get away with missing 10 balls against Clay Belvoir.
Yeah, for sure.
He's not going to get away with those. You got to put the games away when you have them. But of course, we all do it. But yeah, Shu Chang has just been nonstop impressing the heck out of me. For the last year and a half that I've been watching his game progress, he just seems to get progressively better and better every time I see him. And they got the place to themselves over here. Look at this. They've got really. I mean, it's like this is just for them.
Yeah, pretty much. Open on the morning on a Sunday of the Super Bowl. I think makes it a little bit more of a spotlight match.
All right, let's check out his break here.
All right, second row ball. So he switched it up. One thing I was commenting on yesterday was him and Dan Louie were going back and forth, and they were both breaking from the from kind of the 9-ball spot, really like 1 ball away from the rail, from the long rails. And talking to him in the commentary booth earlier, he was talking that it kind of ties up a lot more of the rack, and so it's kind of like breaking from the side in 8-ball. If you trust yourself with clusters more than your opponent, then you kind of want to tie the table up to make it more difficult to kind of grind out racks, as opposed to breaking wide open, leaving a wide open shot, and letting your opponent run out, for instance. So I think he actually went in more towards center on this one, so maybe he's switching up his strategy a little bit against Clay. Who knows?
Yeah, and thank you, Bo, in the chat. Appreciate your congratulations there. It was a hard-fought battle yesterday. Nice shot on the 1 to get down to the 2. Look at that.
Speed
really
control.
Moving that. Yeah, he had to move that a long ways.
Yeah, I mean, out of the distance there, you only have a 5% error rate, and you still end up, 4 ball lengths away from your position. It's pretty rough. That was a great effort.
Yeah, and I think he's just going to punt this 2-ball backup table, leaving the cue ball behind the 8, I believe, is what he's looking at here.
He could do it the other way, too, play behind the 6 in separation along the 2 long rails. Either one, I think, is good. I like either safety.
Well, there's a good path for the 2 to travel up table. Oh, he just didn't catch the 8-ball.
Yeah.
There's that nice open path for the 2-ball to easily get through without hitting anything.
Yeah.
I think the idea there is he was focused on getting the cue ball behind the 8. However, if he would have been focused on putting the 2-ball on the bottom rail, it wouldn't really matter all that much if he got behind the 8.
Yeah, totally agree. I think that's like the overlooked part of it. I think sometimes that they when you're on point, you're really feeling it. It's the first safety of the rack. I don't know if playing a cue ball only safety is going to be as easy as it will be later on in the match.
Yeah, nice shot there from Clay, staying down and getting that 2 ball in there. Yeah, when you're trying to control the cue ball and the object ball, you have to prioritize one over the other, right? Which one is my priority? Because you can't split your brain equally between two things. One's got to be prioritized.
Yeah, I feel like I've noticed a jump in my own game when I'm focusing on here we go, little jacked up, little touchy shot, and opportunity strikes. Yeah, I think when focusing on the object ball a little bit more on the safeties that you play, it tends to improve your percentage of just general success of achieving a containing safety, not necessarily getting the perfect hook that you want. Obviously, it's higher risk, higher reward, but a lot of the time you can get pretty easy safeties if you just know how to push an object ball to a certain area.
Right. But table safeties are very different than bar box, right? You can use that distance to gain the advantage. So what's he going to try to get on the purple 5 here?
Might run into it, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, because it really doesn't have either corner. It's got to be banked or bumped.
Mm-hmm. What do we got in the chat? We got Bo hanging out. He's rooting for the underdog, he says. Mayank Rana's in the chat. How's it going, Mayank? Scott Smith. Let us know where you guys are watching from and tuning in from. Share and like the stream. We only got 2 matches today, so it's going to be a quick in and out right before the Super Bowl starts today. Bo, I am not in town. I'm still in Virginia. I'm just doing this remotely. And things so far are going smoothly. Hopefully things go well today as well.
All right, so what's he got on this purple 5 here?
Banging it to the corner, maybe? Or playing it safe. Again, pushing the 5 to the bottom rail.
Yeah, so it was kind of a two-way there. Bank, and if you miss, bank it short on the pro side, right? Bring it back a little bit, but he didn't really have a whole lot to, there's nowhere to really hide the cue ball there or anything, so.
Yeah, it's pretty naked type safety. It's good to miss on the pro side.
If he would have made it, there was a good reward there because he was on the 6.
Oh, for sure. I think that only goes badly if he overbanks it. So if he goes long on the bank, he's going to sell out a shot. But if he misses it short or makes it, all is good. Oh, yeah, Mayank, I'm in Virginia. Let me know. I think it's not too far of a drive up to Maryland. Let me know if there's any snooker tables up there. I remember you came down, made the trip all the way out here, or all the way out to Seattle for the, I think, Seattle Snooker Open last year or 2 years ago, if I remember correctly. But, yeah, let me know. Yeah, I miss you too, Bo. We'll be back soon. I think I'm planning to come back early April for a couple days before Lincoln City 8-ball, so should be fun.
Nice. We'll be good to see you here.
Yeah, we've got just teams we signed up for. That was it.
Oh, Shu Chang gets on the rail here. So that makes this 6-ball a bit of a tester. Watch his fundamentals here. And I tell you, that's really what's impressed me so much about Shu Chang is his discipline to the fundamentals of the game. He really does a great job of staying down on his shot, following through, pre-shot routine, all of it.
Yeah, I think the biggest skill that I feel like Shu Chang excels at that I've noticed is his attention to committing to the shot. There's times I play with him a lot, and there's times where we play kind of just for fun and more casually. And you notice, I think it's kind of scales with the number of practice strokes he takes. So if he just gets down the shot, takes 1 or 2 practice strokes, and he's just messing around, the quality of shot is nowhere near the level it is when he takes his 10 or so practice strokes. Like, look at this shot, he gets up again, right? He's getting up again, doesn't like it, gonna get back down. So he's a master of getting comfortable on the shot. I think that's his biggest strength by far. It really helps him.
He's okay with aborting if he's not comfortable and resetting. A lot of players, they don't reset. They still go with it.
And it's also a difference between this and slow play, you could say, right? Because there's players who just play slow because they're walking on the table multiple times, they're looking at it. when a player gets down and like puts their cue on the table almost and puts their other arm on the table and just sits there and stares at the balls for 30 seconds, then that's something I probably would call slow play. But he's focused, he's engaged, he's trying to just get comfortable. So I would nowhere near call this slow, even though he might take a long time on every shot, you know?
I wouldn't either. It's definitely, it's diligent play.
Yeah.
You know. And he takes rack one. Taking the lead.
Mistake from Clay. Brings Xu Cheng one up.
Every time I see Xu Cheng's Fargo, it's higher. Every single time I look at it.
Yeah, higher. I actually just looked it up. You said 637 or something, and I was like, wait a second. And then I just did a search. But yeah, what was it? Sorry, a week ago?
I think so. I mean, maybe a week or two ago. It's like 636 or 637, and now he's at 640. Yeah, I've never seen it go down. It's, every time I look, it's going higher. That means he's playing good quality pool.
Yeah, it's good. It's making improvements. That's all we can strive for. Scottster, you're welcome for the stream. I appreciate the humility of the commentators and not using a commentator cam taking up screen space. We won't mention any other commentators who do that, but it's pick your poisons. I think some people like the face cam, get to see who's they're interacting with.
Yeah,
I don't see a downside necessarily.
Some streamers that do that. I've never done that. You know.
Yeah, I don't necessarily see a problem with it though. I think it's kind of the type of content you prefer. Some people like to see the emotion, interact more with the face on the screen, someone who they're talking to, you know. And some people just like to hear the voice of God in the rafters just coming down from nowhere, you know. So
do you have a sound effect for the voice of God?
No, not yet. I think the closest thing I have right now is just a little bit one of those, but that's about it. We'll get a soundboard soon. Don't worry.
So Clay is eyeing up this one. Is it the
110? I believe, right?
It's 110, and there's no early tens, right? Is it continuation?
Correct. Yeah, you don't win the rack from making a 10 early, so a little bit less incentive to go for some of those combos. And I don't think this one's dead. If it were dead, he probably would have already think about shooting it.
Yeah, he would have already shot it. I think he's got to throw it a bit. And it's either he's going to play the 10 ball or he's going to find a safe. You know, there's really no other shot on the one here that I can see.
He could if he wanted to. Maybe not. If he thinks of a real creative safety, he might push out, but I doubt it. I don't think he wants to give Xu Cheng any look at this ball. There's not really a lot you can do, so I totally agree. I think they're kind of lined up to what, like the right part of the pocket, point, maybe the half diamond from to the right of the table. Yeah, that's where it hit or so on the 10. So he's just playing cue ball here.
I think so too. Yeah, obviously he didn't want to make the 2 ball or make the 1 ball from there, but
yeah. I think on the converse, you know, we're talking about Xu Cheng's, you know, committing to his shot and being super focused on everything. The strength that I like to call out from Clay, and we saw it a few times yesterday, is his attention to speed control on thinning a ball and playing safety. I don't know, but I think out of all the players I've seen, offensively, obviously players have really good speed control pace, but when it comes to defense, just, you know, you got out of line, you don't have anything to look at the table. You just got to thin off this ball and play behind this ball that's left on the table, right? He played a couple shots yesterday, for example. 8 ball on the table, 10 ball's the only thing to hide behind. And he just thins off the ball and gets 2 rails perfect behind the 10. Like, I don't know how, but it's just, I think it's just super attention, a lot of practice on table speeds. I don't know.
Great skill to have for sure. And Xu Cheng with a great starter on the 1 ball, but dogs, the 2 ball. Unfortunate, because I really liked his odds here of this rack. Everything was looking pretty in place. 3 to the 4 to the purple 5. You know, it was kind of all laid out there. After he made that 1, I thought, gosh, he's got a good chance of running it out. But I didn't say that because I certainly don't want to commentate or curse anybody. But
I don't believe in that. No such thing.
Oh, we had fun with it last night. You know, it was the first time that commentating that I was actually able to be biased towards a specific player, because
normally, right?
we had one person from one team commentating, and the other person and another person from another team commentating.
Oh,
so
perfect. Yeah, then that's equal footing, right?
Yes, you had fair. So I was able to commentate or curse the other team several times, and it worked. And then it was so funny because my teammates were behind me high-fiving me.
Just high-fiving the commentator, doing literally nothing at the
table. Win the game from the booth, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
You can't miss from the booth, but you can definitely make others miss, I guess.
Apparently.
Just don't tell them.
Okay, what do we have here? He's getting kind of close to his work on this 4, and the 5 blocks the pocket here. So
maybe we'll see another one of these thin safeties where he just rolls a ball to a little tiny spot on the table. That's perfect.
Well, I think coming off the side of the 4, he could get the cue ball over there towards the 10, moving the 4 behind the 5 to the rail.
He could also try to use the 5 ball as well, right? Push the 4 to the bottom rail and use the cue ball off of the right long rail.
It looks like he's eyeing up the combo at what that would look like.
I don't mind the combo. I think Clay's pretty strong on his combinations from what I've seen at these mid-range combos as well.
Yeah, I'm not playing that, but that's me. I'm very not confident that the success rate of this shot and the outcome if you miss is probably pretty disastrous. Yeah, so he is going to, looks like.
You've got to know yourself, right? If this is a 7 out of 10 shot for you, I think you take it.
He's going to bring the 4 down. Oh, he is taking the combo. Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible shot.
Yeah, I think another one of Clay's skills, pretty all-around strong player, but I think I've noticed his mid-range kind of slow hit combos are really good.
No, that's a great skill to have for, rotation pool because, that can win you a lot of games.
You got Scott Stir over on YouTube asking, you mentioned you're streaming remote. What's your main YouTube channel? I don't have a main YouTube channel as of now. Maybe we'll make one in the future. Who knows? But yeah, this is mostly where I stream off of Ox Billiards. We got snooker and pool tournaments.
Are you doing any other streaming out there in Virginia, Christian?
Not as of late, but I did start talking to some of the tournament directors in the area. There's a couple of amateur tours that run here. One of them is called Steel Blue Tournaments. They actually had a tournament yesterday and today, so I had a conflict, so I couldn't join. But I'm tempted to. I've already talked to them a bit, and trying to set up one camera maybe for them to kind of give them a taste of what is possible, and see if we can help them out and get some couple angles, because they kind of they got a good setup, but I think they've just got 30 frames per second, 720p webcam, nothing too fancy. But I do know they want to make it higher quality for the live stream, and the guys over there are pretty solid on what they have going right now. So I think we could just improve and add to what they have, and it'll hopefully make things better.
Nice.
And yeah, there's another guy at Q Master Billiards. I think he does this channel called Viper Billiards. Haven't really talked to him yet much about things, but yeah, maybe in the future, get a couple more folks over here involved, and just improve the quality of Q Sports all around.
Heck of a try on that 8 ball to cut that in. It was a very difficult cut shot on the 8 that he ended up leaving from his little bit of a missed position on the 7 cost him to the position on the 8. But he almost came back and pocketed that ball.
Yeah, the way he played it, he was going 4 rails.
I think so, yeah, and I think he just didn't put enough outside English on it to get it to come back around. And it ended up at the bottom of the table. So Xu Chang might be looking to try to pocket the 8 and bump the 9 in the same shot, because
I like that, yeah.
That's the only way I think he's going to get shape on the 9 afterwards.
I remember making this mistake actually during Lincoln City, playing doubles 9 ball. Same kind of shot, playing 9 ball, so the 9 ball's where it is now, and you'd think as long as you bump it anywhere on a bar box, it's going to go to a pocket-ish, somewhere you can make, Yeah. And me trying to be pristine, I'm trying to do the 4 rail position on a bar box, which is kind of what he tried to do there. But I'm just, what can really go wrong when you bump the 9 ball up table and your cue ball somewhere at the bottom of the table? Really not much, because you're going to get a shot, at least for your teammate too. Like, as long as you're confident with your shooting, it's not going to be too crazy. It's a lot harder to get this 4 rail position because you got to be so precise.
Yeah, it's like the worst thing that could happen is it bumps and goes to a rail.
Yeah, but you have a tough shot and you're still at the table. You could still
All
scrounge
right.
out of it. Yeah.
So here we go with a big time inside English four rail position on the 10.
You don't like the
With,
outside and draw it out?
well, actually, now that I see the angle, yeah. Yeah, thank you for the changing the angle. That helps a little bit.
I think both are there, but
Yeah, the outside's going to help you get more speed on the ball.
I think the inside one you gotta power it with more speed because you have more distance to travel. The outside one you can just hit it with a better stroke and manipulate it like that.
There it is. Yeah, he didn't really have to kill it. Great shot there. I mean, couldn't have gotten any better on this 10 ball.
Yeah, nicely done. Ties it up 1-1.
Clay Belvar showing why he is in this spot. Third place match in this open event. How many entrants did you have total in this tournament?
I think we had a lot of people drop. I think the entry was up to 40 something originally, but it dropped down to I think 18 to the last day because I think a lot of folks had to cancel, and because it might have been Super Bowl conflicting, I think folks decided not to go, and just from the sheer dropping of numbers of the tournament, it ended up being almost a one-day event anyway. But had more people joined, they probably would have ran longer today. So I think it was a decent trade-off, so that folks who did play in it didn't really end up conflicting with later plans if they had any.
Right.
Yeah,
always
34.
Tough tournament on Super Bowl weekend. It's always a challenge. You guys ran a lot of most of the bracket yesterday, so that there's really only two matches today: the third place and the finals. And is this a double dip scenario for whoever wins this match? Will they have to double dip Folan?
I think Secret said it's gonna be race to 9, extended race to 9.
Oh, okay, good. I mean, not good, but
yeah.
Some people prefer that, and some people don't. They say in the single race finals, instead of a double dip, that the runner-up has the advantage, right? Because there are. Oh, what a break from Xu Chang! Look at this.
Yeah, 4-ball goes into either pocket.
Three balls on the break, and he's dead perfect on the 1, and the 2's sitting right there. I mean, golden opportunity here.
I don't think you asked for anything more than this. This is like a perfect layout, but can he capitalize?
Yeah.
Yeah, going back to what you said, I think I do agree with the underdog has the advantage on a single race scenario because they've been more frequently at the table for some, those reasons, and then also they've got one less life, so the other person has more to lose because they haven't lost as much in a sense, right?
Yeah, I do think, certainly if you've got to double dip somebody, that they've got a huge advantage. But
in theory, it's kind of the same advantage everybody else had, assuming everyone was double elimination, right?
Yeah.
So you kind of earned the advantage from playing well in the tournament all along, and then you get to the final and you don't get as big of a reward, I guess. So I can see.
Do you think that Xu Chang forgot that the 4-ball was pink? Because the way he played that, it looked like he was setting up on the purple.
I don't.
Or do you think he just
so.
Under hit this ball because?
Yeah, I think the main thing was he actually shot that left-handed, right? So I think his left-handed stroke, he just under hit it.
Oh, that was very observant.
I'm pretty sure.
I did not notice that.
Let me just take a quick look. Hopefully my internet is stable.
He's got to be precise on this.
Yeah, he shot it left-handed because he had to stretch out over the table or use the bridge otherwise.
Okay.
So.
Very observant. Nice shot on the 4-ball. Excellent.
Yeah, well done. And he can cheat this pocket, so he can kind of do whatever he wants. He can cheat it probably cheat it and go into the rail, I'd assume. So he's got really any position he wants on the 9-ball.
Yeah, he could choose to go into the rail or draw, and it looks like he's going to draw. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned the game we were playing yesterday. I think we played last time I was in Seattle a little doubles versus one. I think we were playing Arnie, and me and Shu Cheng had to alternate shots, but one of us was offhanded. Every other rack, we'd switch who was offhanded, and then every third rack, we'd both be offhanded. And I think we took it to Hill. So it shows you Shu Cheng can shoot with his offhand pretty well.
That's really good. I don't think I would do very well in that scenario, but it's something that it's good to practice, especially if you're playing on 9-footers a lot. It's nice to have that skill to be able to use your offhand.
Definitely.
I certainly could have used it last night. I had a situation where the 8-ball was in the spot where I couldn't use the bridge because the cue ball was on the rail and the 8-ball was off the rail a little bit, and it was too far for me to reach right-handed.
Oh.
If I could have shot left-handed, it would have been a simple shot, but I wasn't. And I tried to use my extension, on my cue, and I ended up missing the shot. But left-handed, it would have been simple, or even behind the back. Daniel Concilio style behind the back move. I probably would have performed better. But
yeah,
it makes me think. It's like I really need to develop that part of my game.
It's really not that hard to develop it, I would say, if you're just trying it out. Really, I think the best advice I heard about it is just play 10 minutes a day. Every time you practice, just shoot like 2 or 3 racks with just that handedness, and get to the point where you learn something about yourself. Like get to the point where where you get to like, okay, that was a good stroke or that was a good shot, and it does a lot of things. I think when you shoot offhanded, it makes you focus back on those fundamentals that maybe you overlook day to day or shot to shot when you're shooting normally. And then you'll find that sometimes when you go back to your normal handedness, you'll actually kind of be refreshed in a way and actually shoot better afterwards as a result.
So dry break from Clay here. Shu Cheng going to try to break out the 2? Is that what he's looking for here?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Unlucky.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, if he comes full into that 6, he's going to be really good on the 2. But if we can get a side view here, maybe see how thin this cut is. Yeah, that's pretty thin. Is the bank on?
No, I think I like just playing. The bank is on, yeah. You could play the 2-way again, but I might like playing the safe just because where the 8 is.
Use the 8 as a stopper for the 2-ball.
Yeah, or tuck it underneath it even. He went for the shot.
Going all out.
Yeah, this is good.
Yeah, the bank was there.
I think both are pretty high percentage, so you kind of just pick which one is your preference. Obviously, playing Clay, he probably doesn't want to let him back to the table, so he wants to be more aggressive than not, I would assume.
I would agree with that. Because you can play a good safety, and then he can get a good kick and resafe you back,
Mm-hmm.
If you can avoid turning the table over to him, you do it. Keep him off the table. That's the best way to beat a good player, is to not let him play.
He's gone once again a little too far. It's kind of been the story of this tournament. Overran positions. I think a lot of the players adapting to the speed of the tables. They're playing pretty quick.
Yeah, I noticed that at Ox as well. I think it's just the HVAC in there keeps it nice and dry. Right, the air is dry. Not, most of us at home, we have quite a bit of humidity in our areas where we play pool at home a lot of times, and that causes a little bit of sluggishness. This is what it should be like, right? When you're going to an event in Vegas or whatever, they're probably going to play similar to this.
Yeah, and another theory I have too is that I think because they get so much play compared to a home table, there's so many people rotating in and out and so many balls rolling on the table and getting brushed and getting cleaned and vacuumed every day. I think any sort of fibers on the table that develop, they kind of get, broken in and worn down onto the cloth, so it becomes more slippery over time and becomes a smoother surface.
Yeah. I think you're right.
So I think the combination of those things definitely makes it.
Really tried hard to slow roll that down the rail.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that. I understand why he slow rolled it, because that line was going to run into the 6 kind of no matter what. But I almost wonder just committing to taking the shot and bumping the 6 in a way you wanted to, or hitting the same shot just at pace and coming 2 rails maybe around the 7 or something else that lets him let out his stroke. I think that's kind of the moral of the story that I've seen. Slow rolling can be death on these tables sometimes, and overrunning position. So trying to do a shot where you can let out the stroke and get a big margin of error for coming into the line of the position, I think, are the two keys to success. So 7's gonna be a tricky ball to get on. Gonna have to play some short side on it. It's got a few options. If the line is there, I almost like going forward 2 rails and playing the gap between the 7 and 9, shooting the 7 into the bottom left corner.
Oof, that's a tough gap. I would look for the 7 up table and just play short side on it. It's an easy shot. It's an easy shot for Clay if he can get to that position.
Yeah, this is pretty straightforward too. I just think that if
a combo on the 10 if he wants it, and continuation, right? If he can slow roll this and leave the 7 right where the 10 is, it's not a bad play.
Do you think that pocket's just as big as playing it up into the corner, or do you think the corner is just a harder shot?
It's hard to tell. It looks like the 10 goes to the side pretty easily where it is. It could bump it a little funny. He is looking at that.
Yeah, if he makes a 10, the 7 should settle nicely for either the corner or the side.
I think so too.
Yeah, he's calling the 10, it looks like.
Yeah, I like this shot because you can slow roll it and leave the 7 in a very manageable place for to continue the run out.
Oh, sorry. It's trying to get a little bit different angle on this. Oh, I just played the ball up table. Playing behind the 9. Wow, nice shot.
Cue ball behind the 9. Okay.
I shouldn't have zoomed in. We missed the cue ball position, but nice speed there.
That was a heck of a safety. I wasn't even looking at that. And that's, the 100-point Fargo difference. I don't see shots like that. I didn't even consider that. I was looking all at the combo on the 10 as the best option.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a big determining factor at the higher levels. Do you know when to play safe, when you got to take your medicine and throw in the towel and live to fight another day?
And a safety like this is a game winner, usually.
Yeah, it's even better than him making the ball sometimes, right?
Yeah,
I think he makes it. He gets weird.
Because he's got now that 7 down there by the 8, so with ball in hand, the run out here is very easy. But Xu Cheng can kick very well. There's a high percentage that he's not going to give away ball in hand here. 2 rails come right at the 7. Use your parallel shift. Figure out the angle, and
he hit it.
We got the hit, and if you get the hit, funny things can happen. So good shot, Xu Cheng. Went 3 rails into it. I'm not sure if he was looking at the 3 rail into it, but either way, he got there. That's all you can really hope for is don't give up ball in hand, right? So again, going back to what we were saying about keeping a good player off the table, the combo on the 10, making that could have potentially given Clay the run out.
And this bank, oh, wow.
You can play the best safety on somebody and they're still coming back to the table. They have a chance to retaliate.
Yeah, it's a big swing when you don't get the run out. It's like run out, automatic win versus now you grind the rack. Now you have to think about it. Now you got to waste extra time, extra brain cycles thinking about this, letting your opponent get some more hits on the table. It's a pretty big difference when it comes to momentum.
Yeah. Is he thinking about trying to thin cut this 7 into the side?
I think it might be possible.
I mean,
if it hits the point just right, maybe.
I think if nothing was in the way, you'd kick it down, down and back, because that's an easy kick shot into the side. But, oof, good camera view there. That is a rough cut from where he is. It's got to be paper thin.
Yeah, but I think he can even hit the point and go in at that angle. So, yeah, he hit the point too thick. It's got to be, like you said, paper thin,
Yeah.
and then it still has to kind of rub the point and just drop in the pocket right where the curvature is at its peak.
Yeah. It was really tough.
Yeah.
But he didn't really have any other way to get to it other than to go 2 rails
Yeah, and
into it.
that's super hard to gauge if you don't know that line or practice
Yeah.
it. Most players don't. I definitely don't. Wouldn't be comfortable shooting that way. But now an open table.
Yep. Clay got his reward that he wanted.
I think it's definitely in the cards for Shucheng to steal this match away, though, just based on how the racks have been going. It hasn't been clean play. Even this shot from Clay, he would have liked to be either straight in or on the other side of the ball.
On the other side of it, yeah.
If he's on this side, he wants a lot of angle because he's gonna have to swing the ball around the rails.
He's going to go outside here, swing
Yeah.
2 rails around, play the 10 in the same pocket.
Yeah,
Pretty standard shot for Clay.
You can see the spin zip off that second rail. It kind of just launched afterwards and sent it straight up table nicely.
I saw him move Shucheng's quarter.
He's gonna put it back afterwards.
Just not that it's in the way, but it's just something your eye might, kind of drift to. So
Yeah, good shot.
Yep. Nicely played from Clay to tie the score 2-2. And he did put Shucheng's quarter back.
So let me see. I got the bracket pulled up, but the problem is the font's a little small. So hopefully, with the folks with the small screens or big screens, can see it still. Maybe I'll fiddle with it. But this was the tournament that both players went through to get here. Stephen Follen is in the hot seat, waiting for the winner of this one. He's in the room hanging out. Don't know if he's warming up yet or not, but
we had a couple of local monsters that didn't make it to this far, which is, I think, a little bit of a surprise. Daniel Sardoncilio and James DeVee. Can you tell me who had defeated those two? Because I can't read the bracket from there.
Yeah, James ended up, I believe, canceling, not joining the tournament. Yeah, so he didn't play at all. So he just wasn't even in the tournament. And Daniel, I think, ended up losing. Won his first match. He lost 7-0 to Stephen Follen, and it was one of those kind of swingy matches where the the kind of one or two mistakes are as impactful as they can be, and kind of swing the racks in your favor, and then you break and run on your turn, and then it's kind of like a shutout. But it's really only a few mistakes he made, I guess. Then he played a few matches on the B side, and then he ends up, I think, losing to Dan Louis 7-4 on the B side to get eliminated. So. Not easy opponents for Daniel, that's for sure.
Yeah, no shame in losing to Stephen Follen and Dan Louis. Two great players. The 7-0 surprised me. I did see that now that you reminded me. I did see that on the bracket yesterday when I was just looking when I had breaks. And I saw the 7-0 and I figured, well, it probably was, like you said, one of those. Sometimes you just don't get a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Especially alternate break format. You get if you don't achieve what you need on your breaks, it can get out of hand quickly. It's kind of like those 2-point swings in a way, right? You make a mistake, now you're down by 2, not really down by 1. So it gets out of hand a little bit different way than winter break format does.
For sure. It's always painful when you dry break and you lose 2 racks because of it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, dry break. They run out and then they break and run. That's about his worst case scenario.
Right. In alternate break, dry break can cost you 2 racks. And that's painful because when you get back to the table, you're just it's hard to get back in that mode. So what is Shucheng doing here with this 2 ball?
I think
Is
it's
he playing?
clay at the
Oh,
table. Yeah.
oh, is that clay? Okay, sorry. That was a nice shot. I didn't know that it had room. Hit it like it was a hanger.
All right. Sorry, I'm just messing with the bracket, trying to make it better, but all I can do is make it a little bit bigger.
This is really tough. Treetop to over the 4, banking the 3 ball.
Yeah, he kind of went. He went for that.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say it wasn't really a two-way because he didn't bank it short like you would think in a two-way shot. But I thought, he was probably thinking there is a possibility that he's going to get that cue ball behind the 4 and 7.
So you play the shot in a couple different ways. You can try to come underneath the 4 and bump it, or you can just try to play high with it some inside. It's a little tricky because of how steep the angle is. It's going to be hard to hold the speed. So I assume he's going to be slow rolling it if he's trying to hold it. It's going to bump it. Yep.
Nice. Oh, and it went too
Almost.
far. Yeah. And now it's like that similar cut that he had before, but this is even worse. There's really no way to cut this ball in.
Yeah. So now you're looking to play safe.
Yeah.
Can you hit it full enough and draw off of it to get behind the purple 5 and the 10 ball down by the spot?
Yeah, but where do you think the 6 is going to hold the 4 in place?
No, I'm thinking hit it the other way, kind of cross bank it.
Oh, I see.
He's gonna go and hit the 6.
Oh,
I don't know if he's playing the combination or if he's just trying to play the 4 off of the 6 in that case.
big risk of a scratch there. Didn't. Pool of Champions wants to know what the entry fee was.
Entry fee, I don't exactly remember. It was on the post, but I think Secret Wong is in the chat over on Facebook. She can let us know and we'll shout it out. Don't remember. I think it was somewhere in the $100 range if I had to guess.
Yeah, I thought it was something like 150 or somewhere around there.
Yeah, it being an open tournament, I think they generally have a higher entry fee just because it can be a collection of a bigger pot, also bigger names, big dogs can come out and play.
Yeah, you kind of have to have a higher entry fee to get the pot up higher because you don't typically have as many players as you would have in, a capped event like a 600 and under. You're going to get, 64 players. It's
So it's always a trade-off, right?
There's just, and I understand there's just not a lot of players that, if you're a 470 or something coming into this, you are really kind of dead money, right? You don't really have a chance. You're just doing it to donate and get the experience, right? But there's just not a lot of people who can afford to do that. So I totally understand that.
Yeah, I think that type of, I guess, culture to the way we play pool, though, I feel like needs to change if we're really going to improve as a whole, I think we need to either fix that problem you're talking about, which is give it a lower barrier to entry to lower players by either having like tiered payouts or whatnot, or I think ultimately, like we talked about sponsorships yesterday, I think having more sponsorships, more money in pool is going to be the easiest fix because then it's not an obstacle, really. The entry fee shouldn't be an obstacle. If you can compete at the level, then you kind of can get to the stage that you're at. And that way, the only thing, you kind of like remove all the blockers, and the only thing up left is for you to try to compete against good players. If that's all that's left, I'm sure a lot more people would be interested, and we get a lot more players. But yeah, it's a trade-off, right?
It's a challenge to balance it, to where. Okay, what was his plan there? Coming around like that, I wonder if he was trying to bump into the 9.
Yeah, I think so.
Because he's kind of stuck with this purple 5 in a bad spot. Doesn't play to really any pocket other than up table.
It's one of those shots where you have to focus on the stroke more than the speed because he got a lot of tangent line action and it kind of arced a lot, and that definitely widened open the angle off of the first rail.
Do you see an easy safety here? I'm not seeing any. I'm not seeing. He's calling the 10 ball on the side.
Oh, he's calling 10. Okay, I'm liking the cross bank. If he can cross the 5 to the left long rail and play the cue ball 2 rails up table to the top diamond and get the 5 to come behind these balls. No, he was trying to get behind the 6.
Yeah.
That was a fancy safety attempt. Yeah, he tried to push the 5 off the 10 to the left rail, maybe behind the 9, and play the cue ball behind the 6 off of one rail. That's aggressive.
Call the 10 just in case you don't bury the ball and the 10 accidentally goes in the side. It's not what he was really wanting to do.
That was another thing we talked about yesterday was you should always call something on your safety shots in 10 ball specifically, right? I think it's a misnomer. It's always a mistake, in my opinion, to call safety ever when you're playing 10 ball or 9 ball. Doesn't ever make sense.
There's no reason to call safety because if you pocket a ball, your opponent has the option to give it back to you. So
exactly, and it's only a disadvantage if you don't call safe. Like, right? If you call safe, it's a disadvantage because you're not calling a shot. Let's say you call the most random crazy shot you can think of that could happen, and then it does happen. Now you just take that decision away from your opponent, and they don't have a choice in the matter. You could actually end up on the positive side. And if you hook yourself, you're going to be there anyway because your opponent's not going to, they're going to put you back if you wouldn't have called the shot. So you're better off always calling it, I think.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, Secret saying he tried to play the 10 in the side, was also trying to get behind the 6. I guess he talked about it in the room, so she was able to hear that. Grant Coover asking, do all tables use that set of balls, or did someone bring for today's game? Here at Ox, we have the Aramith Black set that you see on every table, and every single table is pretty much identical. They're all 9-foot Rasson Ox tables. Ox being the Rasson model that they make. This is the same table you'll see in the Mosconi Cup. Obviously, they've switched to 4-inch pockets now. We've got, I think, the 4.5-inch pocket version. And the Aramith Black set is what they also use in the Mosconi Cup, so that's why we got it. It shows up nicely on TV. I know there's a lot of controversy over the purple 5 and the pink 4.
Yes, we won't get that started in the chat.
That's always a discussion that derails, but
Can you put a poll up in the chat? How many people like a purple 5 ball?
Yeah, I care zero about all those opinions. I'm sorry.
I'm just kidding. Oh, look at this.
He overcut it.
Yeah, with a late game miss, and this is what swings games in 10 ball is the late game errors.
Yeah, definitely. Wow, that's a huge miss, and that's the biggest way to miss on these tables. They're pretty accepting the pockets generally when they're at a slower pace. And when you catch that near jaw, though, at a higher speed on these Rassons, they very, very often will rattle. Something about how the pocket is shaped. I know we talked in the past. Remember we had a discussion, and I'm pretty sure I've caved that these are 4.5-inch pockets, not 4 1/4. After doing some measuring and checking of stuff, and definitely the biggest difference. Is the sort of cut of the pocket and how the cushions react to the ball hitting it,
Yes.
I think on the Rassons, the cushions are angled downwards a little bit more. So it kind of squeezes or pinches the ball underneath the rail in a way. That's kind of different from like a Blue Label diamond table that's kind of more flat against the ball and doesn't squeeze the ball really. So you get a lot of difference in cue ball reaction. It'll play a lot shorter. It'll sometimes feel like it's playing faster if it's bouncing more off the rail. A few different things will change.
So Shu Cheng gets the lead here, 3-2, on a late game error from Clay. Clay playing really well, but those one mistakes cost you one rack usually when it's late in the game, and especially at this level of the tournament. But yeah, I agree with you on the tables. Just little minor differences make them play a little different. So just being used to the equipment is helpful.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Clay looking at the rack from the side, making sure that the one ball is lined up on the spot correctly.
And I would venture to guess that Xu Cheng has quite a few more racks on these tables than Clay does.
Yeah, I think Xu Cheng plays a weekly APA Masters League on this here at Ox, so he's definitely used to all these tables.
Yeah, he's been a regular at Ox for a while.
Clay has come by a lot. I think Clay started coming down first when he was on Team Washington a couple years ago, and we hosted it for the first time, the Northwest Cup here at Ox, and I think he came down, the months and weeks leading up to it to practice on the match table and get used to the conditions and all that. So he definitely has some feel for these tables. But yeah, week to week, day to day, Xu Cheng's got the advantage there for sure.
Well, this is kind of a funny rack here.
Jonathan Herring saying that the only issue with the black set is the 10 ball. Hard to tell which is the 8 and which is the 10.
Sometimes it's positioned the right way because it doesn't have the white on the ball. But, that being said, with the other set, it's kind of hard to tell between the 1 ball and the 9 ball a lot of times, so you take the good and the bad with it.
Yeah, for sure. I think I obviously have a different opinion when it comes to the ball set than maybe a lot of players. But
he did not call that. He did not call that 2-rail, so Xu Cheng with the option here.
Yeah, he's definitely going to stay at the table on this. This is a shot I saw from Dan Louis yesterday. He was hitting it the other way, but he was thinning off the 2 and wedging the 2 between the rail and the other object ball. I don't think he really has the angle to do this. He won't be able to wedge it. He'll maybe be able to push it and bump the 10 farther away, but as long as he gets a good cue ball, he should get behind the 5.
Yeah, that's what he wants to get the cue ball behind the 5. Because that way he doesn't have to try to hold the cue ball. And the 10's going to move here, so focus on getting the cue ball behind the purple 5 and
he was trying to freeze him.
Yeah, okay, that's nicely played, I think. Definitely makes it very uncomfortable for Clay, even if he can see a piece of the 2. It's very uncomfortable here. Oh.
Yeah, that ball's frozen, I'm pretty sure. Ooh, it might have an edge, actually.
Yeah, I think he's got a little edge here. So I think Clay's going to try to bring this cue ball back behind the 5.
Yeah, good hit. That's a good hit.
Oh, very nicely done.
It's all right, Secret. We can spot it for you. It's was pretty clear from that perspective. Clay didn't get in our way. So ultimately, this is the scenario you're looking for when playing the safety, is trying to wedge that ball up against the rail and get some separation. Having had Xu Cheng not bumped the 10 ball with the cue ball on the way out in the last shot, he would have gotten closer to freezing it. And really, if he freezes it and doesn't give him a shot, it's just as effective, right?
I was okay with bumping the 10, knowing that it's probably going to bump the 10 and know that the place to be with the cue ball is behind the 5.
Yeah.
Because it wouldn't have been as lock-up as what he was trying to do. Certainly, he almost got him completely jammed on the 10.
Yeah.
But the way it worked out, it gave him that edge.
It would have been this scenario, basically, right?
Yeah. And it's a bad hit. Pretty sure. I don't know. They're discussing it.
All right, we'll take a quick replay here.
Yeah, let's see if this is very, very close. But the 2 is in front of the 10, so if the 2 moves first, I think it was a bad hit. That's my opinion anyway. Obviously not official. But what's your...
Yeah, I think it is a bad hit. Let me see if I can get the frame exactly. Yeah, it's super close. Yeah, for sure it's a bad hit. Just the way he said the 2 nudges the edge of the rail, and doesn't really move forward much. It kind of moves almost backward.
Yeah, I
It's the
think they
only way it
discussed
could.
and agreed with you and me that it was indeed a foul. Couldn't have been much closer.
Yeah, he's got to do slow mo next. That's pretty easy to do. We'll figure it out. I think with 60 frames per second, it should be plenty of frames to be able to tell when you do slow mo. Yeah, I can just change it manually. Okay. All right, well, pretty crucial mistake there because that probably would have left a weird spot for Clay, but now he's got ball in hand. He made a little bit of a positional mistake on the 5, but I think he's back in line now.
Very much so.
Wants to play center of the table. I think straight or either side is good based on where the 8 ball is. Worst case, he shoots it in the side. Or most likely he shoots it in the side, I would guess.
Yeah, this is a stop shot. Get yourself the 8 in the side. Just kind of stun over for the 9.
I like drawing it a tiny bit. Always playing it this way. So here I almost take it in the corner just to kind of stun over.
You have a bigger pocket for the corner, certainly. You could play top.
Could also come around the 9 or just draw it back.
The side is just fine for him.
Yeah, it was a little straighter than I thought.
I'm going to take this 2 rails. Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Back and forth. Don't try to hold it. Biggest mistake you can do on the speed of your tables is try to hold it.
Yeah, and let the stroke out and play a line that'll get you more margin of error.
It's much easier to pocket the ball when you get your stroke into it versus trying to dink it in there.
So back and forth and back and forth.
Yeah, it's a good battle. We are in a race to 4 now.
I think it's going to be close this match just because I think mistakes kind of are on both sides, but they're also playing well when they get certain opportunities. So I imagine it's going to be at least 7-5 at the end of it, if I had to guess.
Xu Cheng's been playing in a lot of these open events, and he seems to go deep, but he hasn't quite snapped one off that I've seen.
No, yeah, he's always just a little short, right?
Yeah, but he's finishing those 3rd and 4th and 2nd, and like those. He's getting in the money almost every time, and I think he feels like he's due. But again, big uphill battle facing 2 extremely talented players to get to that spot.
I think already he's achieved tons in this tournament, though, beating Dan Louis last night.
Yes, but I would say no matter what happens, he's definitely had a successful tournament no matter what happens in the next couple of matches here. But as a player, you never want to finish a tournament with a loss. Meaning,
yeah, you want to win, yeah.
Yeah.
I think so far Clay is his next biggest obstacle mentally, probably, and physically, I guess as well. But like in terms of players in the area that he's used to playing and stuff, I think the day he starts beating Clay is the day he's gonna jump in his game.
Jump into that 650-ish club.
Yeah, probably.
Knocking on the door already. This is a good safety from Xu Cheng. But I think Clay's got the... You're going to come at this one with 2 rails. You want to hit that side rail before you get to the 1.
The side rail does give you a chance to separate the balls a little bit more easily. So you can...
Yeah.
He went fuller into it. Hitting it pretty full, you're going to leave stuff chunked up. So unless you're using maybe the 6 to play behind at that speed, yeah, you're not going to get a lot of separation on the balls. But if you're trying to just separate them and get distance, yeah, coming 2 rails and kind of thinning the 1 and clipping it will send that cue ball to the right side of the table. Maybe get behind the 8, the 10, the 9, something like that. And it just creates more separation in general. I feel like that's often the case with a 2-railer compared to the 1-railer. I don't know why.
Yeah, so here he's got the challenge of getting from the 2 to the 4 ball, and the 4 doesn't play.
It only banks, really, so we're going to either see a safety or just play for the bank or run into it.
Yeah, I was going to say, there is the opportunity with this angle to come into the 4 or 5.
Yeah,
Does the 4 float to the side? I don't think so. Not from that. I can't imagine from that angle he would be able to play the 4 to the side. No.
No, it's going to be a safety.
Yeah.
He's just looking at what angle he wants to come off of it. Does he want to go try to go for the gap between the 8 and the 10? That's a little bit more aggressive, maybe. There's also the gap between the 10 and the 9 he can send the cue ball. Or he could just push the 4 ball forward and try to stun the cue ball over or hold it there and play the 9 or the 6 as the blocker.
What about the kick and stick?
Is there enough space for the kick and stick between the rail and the 4?
Because you could send that 4 2 rails down to the bottom rail and hold the cue ball right there where the 4 is. I don't know. Only the players really know if that's available to them. It's calling something. Is he going to try to pocket this 4? No.
He's just calling it, I think, just in case. Like we said, you should always call something when you're playing safe. Oh,
no, at that speed, he couldn't have been trying to pocket the 4 at that speed.
No. I think he was calling the bottom left corner, right? Or
okay.
the bank shot.
He was trying to miss that point and run it into the 8 ball.
Send the 4 towards the 8 or send the 4 between the 9-10, maybe, something like that.
Yeah.
It's a tricky spot. It was very strange, that shot, that situation. Oh, it's going to cruise right past the 6. Prime position once again.
Yeah, a little uncomfortable here. He does have to cue over the 9.
Yeah, about a half ball or so hampering him. The way this is lined up, if he just stuns it, he's going to run into the 7, which really is not the end of the world unless he hits kind of the top side of the 7 from this angle or the left side of the 7 from here and gets behind it. But if he hits it full, it's almost like a nice, I call it a backboard, like a nice stopper for the cue ball to get a shot on the 6. He can also go forward and just go a few rails and get in the 6 into the corner or the side. But being jacked up with side spin always brings that swerve into effect, so you got to take that into account. Makes the shot a little bit harder.
Yeah, he's
playing safe.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he did what you said you're not supposed to do. He said, I'm calling safety.
I think he said 9 ball in the corner? Or no?
Oh,
okay, no, never mind.
No, he's playing the 5.
The 5 in the corner,
yeah.
I could hear a little bit of the room audio through one of my cameras, and I heard something in the corner.
I can't imagine him calling the 9 ball in the corner there.
Nah, unless you're sending the 5 for a joyride, there's no way.
Right. Good shot there. That was a lot more difficult than it looked because, when you're queuing over and you're trying to get that position on the 6 as well, queuing over the 9.
Oh, I was worried about his hand hitting the 9. That's what I heard. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for the clarification, Secret.
Now, do we have audio in the room on the stream, or is it just that? Okay, so the viewers can hear the audio.
Yeah, just some ambient noise, whatever hitting of the balls. It's a little bit on the lower end because I think those microphones are a little bit fuzzy. They kind of buzz in the background. They're not as high quality, but they're just permanently set up there, so they can't hear the balls hit the back of the pockets, etc.
Right.
When we
From
move to
the
the
roll.
side cam, it's a different table, so it's a little bit farther away.
I see. So when we're just so the viewers know, we are commentating remotely, so we don't actually have the audio in the room here for us.
Yeah, we'll hear everything you say, Secret, on blasted on the loud. Yeah, maybe I'll try to figure out how to get the audio from my desktop into the call, maybe something like that. I'm not sure.
So here we go. This is pivotal here.
Yeah,
And being close to the rail, he's got to really bear down.
I almost would evaluate rolling this forward and just nudging the 10 ball, but when you can stroke it like that.
Beautiful. Yeah, when you could stroke it like that, when you're jacked up on the ball, that was absolutely perfect. If you can do that, yeah, I'm with you, Christian. I think I'm rolling forward and playing the 10 up table in that situation because
this replay just shows it. Bam.
I mean, that's just a beautiful stun shot on the 9. Pressure shot too, because at that stage it's miss and lose, right? You usually don't get another chance when you miss late game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's talking about it in a little bit. I think Chucheng asked the same question. You could have rolled it forward. Why didn't you do that? But yeah, harder 9 to get an easier 10. That's really what it was. Still rolling.
Who do you think will win? If I'm going to put a guess on it, I'm going to say Clay.
Yeah, I think at this point in the match, 4-3 where it is now and how they've been playing, I think Clay's going to win it now. But
well, the odds say 78% for Clay, according to the Fargo rate odds.
Mm-hmm. Now,
but I always say, about Fargo rate is Fargo rate is a determination of how you have played in the past, and it is not a predictor of how you will play.
Yeah, for sure.
So you always got to keep that in mind. People get that confused with thinking, oh, well, you should play like this because this is your rating. No, that just means that's how you have played in the past. That's like the stock market. Past performance doesn't indicate future results.
Yeah, definitely. I think I also like to read it a little bit differently maybe than most people, but when you look at the odds calculation, you look at it generally as a percentage based on how they write it, right? And that percentage you're comparing to 100, right? And you're saying 78% chance out of 100 that he's going to win. That's a pretty high percentage, right? But when I like to look at it the other way, I look at it in relation to the other percentage on the screen, which is, in this case, it's about 80% to 20%. So really that's 4-1 in terms of odds, right? Yep. And when you think about it that way, it's actually a little bit closer to center than it might seem. And you definitely could think about, all right, if Clay's got 1 on the wire in a race to 4, I'll give you 4-1 odds that he wins. That's kind of a close bet, That's kind of on the line if you think about it.
Right.
So, I mean, I think looking at it from that perspective, helps make it a little bit less, abstract in my mind. Because 78% definitely way too high, and like you said, it's also kind of an indicator of past winnings, not necessarily how you will. It's I think you got to read it as like a possibility.
If anybody wanted to give me 4-1 odds, I'll take Chucheng right now.
Yeah, right. So 4-1 odds, you'll take Chucheng. Somebody might take Clay still, though, right? Clay needs 3, Chucheng needs 4. That's an interesting situation. It's kind of close to that line if you think about it.
Nice jump from Chucheng. Gets separation. And I think that Clay has an open look at the 1, but getting the shape on the 2 is very, very touchy. If he's able to make this long shot, it's going to send the cue ball kind of over to that side rail and probably block off his path to the 2. It's too risky to take this on, even though it is there. I think he's got to play the safety here.
Yeah, the safety's pretty straightforward. Just cross bank this to the top right corner pocket and play the cue ball 2 rails behind this stack.
Yeah, because the last thing you want to do is to make a great long shot and then be stuck. Right.
Yeah, he played the 1 rail and he nudged. He got the double kiss.
Yeah, he got the double kiss there. Does he come out okay?
Yeah, just enough. Just held it enough.
I think so. Yeah.
It's gonna leave an edge, but not a makeable ball. This is also in double kiss territory, unless he swings it with a lot of left spin. I think that's really the only shot. He can go rail, like short rail first, come in behind it, but it's a little bit less predictable that
Watch
way.
the double kiss. Yeah, nice. Nicely played. Does he get the cue ball there? He does. That was a great shot.
Yeah, well done.
High risk of a double kiss there, which would have been fatal usually. But he was able to get the cue ball out of the way with a little bit of outside spin there.
Yeah, see it
You
again.
see how close that double kiss was.
Well, that he also got a friendly dodge off of that 5 ball. I think he was going to be a lot closer to the 3 ball. Maybe he doesn't get behind those balls if he doesn't get that little friendly nudge on the 5. But either way, look at this. Look at this.
Yeah. And shape on the 2.
Yeah, it's there. Wow, talk
Incredible.
about
Man. How do you beat that? That's why Clay's the 4-1 favorite here. He can do that. That was amazing. That 1 ball was really far off the rail. And even more amazing that he was able to get shape on the 2 after making that shot.
And he's just playing safe.
Uh-huh.
Wow. Cold-blooded to just hit a dynamite shot and then just play safe.
You.
Yep.
That is really cold-blooded.
So many players are like, dang, I just made this epic shot. I got to run out now. It's time. I'm a superhero, and just go.
I was already I was that guy.
Yeah.
It's just now I'm like,
I just learned something today as well.
You treat every shot like it's a new game. Oh. Can he get behind the 9?
He was playing the 9. So where the 9 and the 7 were, I don't know. I still, if he had the left edge of the 2, I like sending that 2 and tucking it towards the 9 and 7 and playing the cue ball 2 rails behind, which is a ton of blockers in the middle of the table, right?
Yeah.
And a pretty decent chance that if you push it close to those balls, you'll tie it up. You'll make him have to shoot a combo in the worst case, but you can get a pretty good cue ball and play safe behind those balls. Uh-oh.
Unexpected miss on that 2 ball. Yeah, I think Xu Chang on the last shot, I think his idea was try to hide behind the 9, and if you can't, try to bump the 9, because then it gets that funny. That makes that run out for Clay much, much tougher when the 9 and the 7 are kind of wacky, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right now the combo plays, I think, for most of these guys. But yeah, really unexpected error from Clay there. But Xu Cheng going to have to come with another.
Oh, he went for it again. He made this bank shot against Dan Louis yesterday to run out a rack. He was playing it as a 2-way. He banked the 7, just really similar angle like to that, and was kind of playing to 8 ball up table somewhere, and ended up knocking it in. Went for it all there. No reward.
Yeah, he put all his chips in on that one, huh?
It was tough because it was a big mistake from Clay, like definitely an unforced error off of that miss on the 2. So you'd want to talk about another unforced error, maybe.
Yeah, being 3-top now on the 6.
He should be able to get to this being right-handed. This is better for a righty than a lefty.
And the 4 ball is playable from anywhere, really, so he doesn't have to work to get position on the 4. And that makes everything a lot easier.
Oh, you say that, and he worked the cue ball way farther than he needed to. He could have just rolled that in.
Yeah, because anywhere in that, if it stops 3 feet shorter, he's still got a decent shot at the 4.
Wow, so few compounding errors here from Clay, maybe opening the door. They're going back and forth in this one. Definitely not clean pool by any means, but we got action.
Yeah. Clay with another masterful kick attempt. Man, he's good at clipping the outside edge of the ball on a kick shot.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he was calling the 4 in that pocket. That would have been incredible to call that. But it certainly looked like that was where he was attempting to go. And I think Xu Cheng takes on this bank on the 4. Yep, he's calling it. Yeah, you make this and it's time to go. Just rattled it.
Just caught it long. Caught that
Yep.
near jaw. That's the one that rattles on these Rassons most often.
And those are the ones you want to miss short if you miss them, so that they kind of come back and settle up on that bottom rail.
Yeah. Oh, and he bust open the cluster. Nice shot
Yeah,
there.
You got a 2 for 1 on that.
Yeah.
So oh my gosh, that's keeping it exciting here. So in the chat, is the still rolling? Is that Stephen Follen?
I don't know. It might be.
Because he says I have to play winner.
Yeah, I was trying to get that replay in, but I think underappreciated is that shot, the one that he played to bust open the 9 off of the 7.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot.
It's crazy how big of a swing it can provide in the match, because now he's got a wide open table and can run these balls, as opposed to once again playing safe. Tough shot.
Very nice here. Very nice here.
He's a
And
little
just roll
funny,
up short side.
but he's gonna be able to just float this forward. He might get a little close to the 10.
Yeah, short side is perfectly fine. Cheat the pocket a little bit if you want.
Yeah, he came a little bit short, but should be makeable.
Yeah, no problem. The 10 is a good 2 inches off the rail, so it's got lots of room.
Let's talk about cleaning the cue ball, it looks like. Now they're blocking both my cameras.
They put 2 pieces of chalk down to ensure that it goes back in the right spot.
Well, I got both cameras blocked, so I can't see any of this.
Yeah, we had yesterday for my Moscone event, we had Sam Urbito reffing.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
It was kind of fun. You can call for a cue ball cleaning, and he would put his little tool down and clean off the cue ball for you.
Mm-hmm.
First time we actually had him out here, so.
Down it goes.
Now, what's the odds going to change to here? I'm going to say 90%.
Yeah, you called it 90.
89.29. Okay.
So now it's a 9-1 favorite. Clay 2 on the wire and a race to 4. Do you take that bet? You betting on Xu Cheng 9-1, 2-4 race?
Yeah. Yeah, alternate break. We already saw him break and run earlier in the set, and it's his break right now. So, yeah, I would still 9-1. I feel like those odds are.
I think you just like having the big payout, is what it sounds like.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it's risk a little to win a lot. Sure.
Yeah.
I like to, when I go to the horse track, I like to throw a couple of bucks on the underdog sometimes.
There you go. All right. But yeah, I think viewing the Fargo rating in that perspective makes it a little bit more interesting, I guess to say. All right, so we're about to hit about an hour, almost an hour and a half live streaming up. Hour and 20 minutes for the first match.
So try break, nothing, but he does have the window to the 1.
Yeah,
he could to cut this in, but the cue ball is going to be moving.
It's cuttable.
You're going to lose the cue ball, and there's going to be a million landmines around for it to pinball off of. You're not really going to have full control over where you're going to get shape if you do cut this in. But I don't see any real other good opportunity here.
Yeah.
So you can only see the left side of it. So
he cuts around the 9.
Around the 9.
Well
what? That was beautiful. he did have that path, I guess, right? It did.
Mm-hmm.
And even
It
if it
was
banged into something, he probably would have been okay.
pretty natural, actually, just kind of go. He put a tiny bit of left spin on it based on, look at his tip position, just a little bit of outside. He
Yeah.
kind of swung it just to miss the 9, and then you knew it was going to be pretty good. He hit it a little bit hard, I guess, if he had missed the 10. So he was assuming
Yeah.
he was going to run into something, right?
Yep. You have to make that assumption when you're coming around that way. You're going to run into something. And he's going up and down
It's going to be
to
too
get prime
fast.
position. Yeah, a little hot.
Still got to look. Oof.
Yep.
Oof. Hey, Bobolonia says he'll take Clay for a Seattle hot dog. That's our standard bet between me and Bo.
He's going to have to give up 9 Seattle hot dogs to your 1.
Yeah, in that case, wow.
It's a 9-1 hot dog, Matt. Bet.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
9-1. Oof.
Eat 9 Seattle hot dogs.
It'd have to be like on an allowance or something. Uh-oh. Double nudge. Didn't want to hit the 9. He was trying to clear it once again. Go between the 9 and the rail there.
Yeah, that was 3 shots in a row where he had to go up and down table and avoid traffic. You can get away with them sometimes, but that's hard to do when there's a lot of balls on the table and you're going up and down. And that was the 3rd shot in a row where he had to use the entire table.
I think you can see the cutting angle on this 4. The camera's a little deceptive usually for me on these shots. I just kind of err on the side of he can see it. And if he can, he's probably just going to have a high angle on the 5. Because you kind of saw him prep his cue over there. He's playing around the table again. It's going to be too fast. Can he get underneath it?
Let's check the side view. I think he did get there.
I think it's there, yeah. Just barely. Wow, what a shot.
Yeah, if he gets out of this rack, this is a highlight reel quality rack. Not easy going up and down table on every shot. That was the 4th shot in a row where he had to use the entire table.
Yeah, big shot there. If he gets out here, I think this is going to be Clay's match. Just would be too strong of a comeback to overcome, I'd imagine, but it's not going to go for it. I guess it wasn't there. Must have been too close to the 7. It looked pretty close, even for the reverse bank even. So I guess just went for the safety and left a pretty tough shot, but definitely a look at this 5 ball. So a few different things Chucheng can do. Does he roll up on the 6? Is he going to try to cut this and snipe it into the side pocket? That would be pretty aggressive.
Yeah, I think rolling up on the 6 is the correct move. The aggressive, what you said is I just...
Yeah, you might have to play this rail, like cue ball into the rail and then to the 6 because
exactly.
Won't have enough pace.
Yep, bring it to the rail and float it right back to the backside of the 6. He did not use the rail.
He went for the shot.
He was going for the shot. Okay.
Yeah, I don't blame him. Those are makeable, but they're tough. And something good can happen if you miss it on the near jaw. It'll just hit that point and kind of float down towards the 10. And he could have still maybe hooked him with the 6. So.
Yeah, and I understand, the motivation to keep Clay off the table, even if even if you play it safe, like we were talking about. Anytime a good player gets back to the table, they can make things happen. So if you have the offensive opportunity and you feel good about it, take it. Because like you said, sometimes you go offensive and you get a little fortunate when you miss. There's a certain percentage of offensive shots that end up safe unintentionally.
Yeah, and you'll do it on purpose sometimes too. Shoot those shots over others because there's just an element of safety, especially in rotation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks like a pretty clean layout now, though. Except for the 8, it's a little bit close to going into the left corner past the 9, but still has a lot of options if that doesn't go. Just needs to have a good enough angle on this 7 ball and be off the rail, and he can kind of put the cue ball wherever he wants. I like playing this 2 rails and playing the 8 in the side, and kind of finding the gap between the 8 and the 9, and maybe even going off the 3rd rail. You can also just float this up and down, straight off like a stun shot, straight up off the 2nd diamond, straight down the table towards the spot. Just a little bit different path. He likes that shot too.
8 in the side gets you a really easy position for the 9 and then the 10.
Yeah, just don't get straight on this 9 ball. Straight is okay, but it's just, you got to stretch out and draw this ball, as opposed to if you have a little angle, you just let the natural line go.
This is the difference between a 680 and a 580, is I'm slow rolling that instead of taking it to the bottom rail and back. I'm going to slow roll that to the side.
Oh, yeah. No way.
And no, yeah, he's going to put a stroke on it and go up and down because he's very comfortable with where that cue ball. Because any inadvertent English at all, right or left, if you're not hitting the perfect spot on the cue ball, it's going to go off a bit when it hits that bottom rail.
Yeah, but I still think, I feel like the margin of error is just so much bigger with the position window, and then you can let your stroke out, like you said, so you reduce all those slow roll mistakes that people do and make when they're trying to roll it softly.
Yeah.
I think you're right. It's kind of making those decisions a big difference between the higher level players.
I'm going to say 96.4 is Clay's percentage after the score changes.
0.7. You're close.
Yeah. I'm getting closer.
Yeah.
I'm still within a percent.
What is it? 3 to 96 divided by 3. 32. 32 to 1 odds. Clay needs 1 rack. Shu Cheng needs 4. 32 to 1 odds. Do you take that bet?
Yeah, you give me really, really high payouts here.
Well, I mean, it's a pretty big hill to climb, so rightfully so, the payout would be high. Yeah. But over the long run, the casino's probably winning in some of these cases, so I don't know. This is almost...
This casino doesn't give you an even chance to win.
That's true. Yeah. So I guess I'd have to slant it. I'd have to be...
It's like the real odds to,
Yeah, you can only bet on Shu Cheng, and then I'm only going to pay you out 30 instead of 32.
Right, yeah, because he will win 1 out of those 32 times, right? So
yeah, in theory.
In theory, yeah.
Oh, clustered break, even though he broke pretty square in the center. He did hit the left side of the rack, so the cue ball drifted off the left rail, and I think that was probably why the rack didn't quite split as easily.
Yeah, it is clustered. However, that cluster is easy to navigate because the 4 on the side can easily bump that purple 5 and 9 out, so into a shootable position. It's going to be the 4 getting position on the 5 from the 4 that is the challenge of this rack. But the first challenge is getting position on the 2 ball. That's the first battle that you have to overcome.
I think you got to go 2 rails on this one.
I don't think he intended to do that.
The thin cut, yeah. So you have to come up and down.
He hit it paper thin.
Good safety.
Yeah. Like I said, sometimes you go for the offensive shot, you miss, and there's a certain percentage of time you get a little bit lucky. I wonder if Clay can only see the side of this 1 ball, or if you can see the full ball. He does hit the edge of it. Oh, and this is what you were talking about with his speed of coming off the thin edge of a ball and going 2 rails around and getting perfect shape for the safe. That was beautiful. Yeah, this is exactly what you were talking about in the beginning of this match.
Clay special.
Yeah, Clay Belvoir special.
I don't know if the replay got it. I think I might have waited a little too long, but you can see the tail end of it here just rolling up.
Just caught the end of it. But, yeah. It was well played. It's hard to hit the thin edge of a ball from a distance. And he hit it absolutely perfect.
Oh. It's all the ball.
With a miss there, where's this 8 going to go?
Even where it is now, I think it's... Well, actually, the 5's going to have to go in that pocket first, unless he zips it out of there with the cannon. Can this 2 pass The
It's
9?
no. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Is I think that the 2 does pass the 9. I think because even if you hit the rail where the 9 is, you're fine because that 8's going to go in if he wants to go that way. But I don't think he is. It looks like he's setting up for the 2 in the bottom right corner.
Oh, nudge the 10 to get into position. I don't think he was trying that. See a little
Yeah.
smirk on his face.
I wouldn't imagine that that's what he was intending, but worked out really well.
You just see Clay smiling. Oh, that was a little bit weird, but he got there. Uh-oh, slow roll time.
Yeah, we're talking about.
And so he caught that thin, right? He ended up overcutting it, which is the tendency when you're putting outside spin at a slow pace, right? And that's a shot that I've noticed over time, which is you're trying to hold the ball outside spin. You're going to be swerving thinner on the cut that you're aiming. And so that tendency is to aim it thin. So you have to kind of take that into account when you're trying to hold it nice and slow. Even on the bar box, it happens a ton. You know, you're trying to hold it for a diamond or so, and the ball's just a little bit of a cut. It's deceptive, but you have to aim that thick in a sense. It's kind of weird to look at it and aim it that way. But when you trust the stroke and you slow roll it nice and easy with good spin on the ball, that swerve action happens and you end up cutting it clean into the pocket. It's really weird. I don't know if you've tried that in the past or not, Patrick, but if you haven't tried it out, try doing that slow roll, hold it with a bunch of outside spin. And the best way to make it is to aim it like you're going to dog it thick. It's kind of weird.
Okay. Definitely something to work on. Yes, hitting the cue ball slowly with a lot of side spin is a difficult thing to master because you have to know the table too and how much it's going to actually grab that spin and move it over. And
Yep.
the distance that you have between your cue ball and object ball makes a big difference on how much it's going to move. And nice shot here. Does he get it?
Nope.
No. He knows it too. Oh, man. Good try from Xu Chang. He was only about 2 inches from getting great shape on the 4, but kick shot here, and this could sell out the rack if it misses because I see this cue ball coming off and kind of bumping things open a little bit.
Yeah. Jonathan here and saying gear effect throw, right? I think gear effect also has something to do with it. I think it's in addition to what I was describing because I guess what I'm talking about mainly is the cue ball path tends to be swerving a little bit when you hit it slow enough that the spin there's like a moment where the spin is on the ball and the ball's sliding across the cloth, and there comes a moment where the cloth grabs the spin, and then that's when you see it do a tiny swerve offline. So that in combination with what you're talking about gear effect throw, I think that's when we see those balls go super thin. And just remember it every time you shoot. When you miss a shot, outside spin, slow. Did it go thin or did you hit it thick? And see if you can recognize maybe a pattern overall. And I gander to take a bet that it's going to be missing thin more often than not. But tough miss there from Xu Chang.
Yeah, that was the big risk of that one is the scratch, being that the ball was really close if he's coming off the wrong side of it. So he did kind of make things a little funny here. Let's see how Clay plays this.
Is he thinking about the two to 3 foul situation since he can't really cluster?
Is there a 3 foul in this tournament?
There is a 3 foul, yeah.
Oh, okay. Usually secrets tournaments don't have a 3 foul rule, but this one does?
I believe so. Yeah, I think yesterday we saw Dan Louis put Xu Chang on a second foul and almost got a third, but
yeah. I don't know if this is a good 3 foul situation because I do see him loosening up this 5 and then having the 5-8 to play and keeping control of the table.
I think if you're gonna play the 3 foul, you don't send the 4 away from this cluster. What I would like to do on a 3 foul is thin the left edge of the 4, put the cue ball kind of where the side pocket is on the right rail, thin the left edge of the 4, and then send the cue ball down 2 rails behind the 7. That keeps the 4 in the cluster, and that hooks you on a really tough shot. He's gonna break this out though with this 4 this way. That's what it seems like.
Yeah, it's just hard to cue that because he's so close to the rail.
Oh, he's going to go in the corner? He's got a lot of options.
He's looking at all of his options here. He's just seeing how each one feels. Which one can you visualize, right? And
Yeah.
that's the thought. If you can visualize it successfully, then that means that that's the right one.
It's your highest percentage at least, yeah.
Yeah. So is he just going to kind of go in and nudge into the 9 here?
Yeah, didn't get enough of it though.
He didn't get enough, and he doesn't make the shot either. So, yeah, a lot of I wouldn't say indecision, but it wasn't the most comfortable. And so in that scenario, maybe the safety was, the second safety was the play.
Yeah, maybe, but I think it's what you said. He kind of just overthought everything because he missed a shot. Also, didn't even get the breakout how he wanted. So maybe just overthinking it a little bit. Could have gone with the first option and probably would have had just as high of a result. But like you said, he's got to visualize it correctly. If he doesn't, it's not really worth taking because you're kind of gambling at that point, right? All right, can Shu Chang clear this up?
Add a couple of percentage points to his side, if he can.
He's a little straight on the 7, so probably going to send the 9 to the bottom right corner. Play short side here. Yeah, that last situation was pretty tricky. I think that was all arose from the fact that Shu Chang hit that the 4 ball on the way in to that scratch, right? Had he not nudged those balls together so tightly, I feel like the breakout would have been a lot simpler.
Yeah, that's right. His little nudge on the 9 complicated things a little bit more for Clay.
Mm-hmm.
So he got really straight on this. I think it's take your medicine time, honestly.
Yeah, just stop it there.
I might just play a stop shot and play the 10 from there. I don't know that you're going to get much easier position. There's really no way to get the cue ball away from that rail. Unless you do a power draw stroke and draw off the bottom rail and back out.
Yeah.
But there's not much need for that, right? If you're,
yeah.
If you're playing at this level, this is a manageable 10 ball. Your cue ball's not on the rail. It's pretty straight. So put your good mechanics in there that he's got. Follow through and put it away. Oh, and he rattles it.
No.
Oh, no. So that's going to be the game. Yeah, this poor guy. Sorry, Shu Chang. A good effort and a great tournament from Shu Chang Chow. Takes 3rd place in this Ox Open tournament. Wow. Yeah, I really wanted to see what would happen if he could close that one out and maybe get something going there, but ultimately falls in defeat to a very talented player.
Yeah, commiserations to Shu Chang, but quite the showing. Did well this tournament. Definitely seeing him break out more and more in some of these, taking down some big players, and I think it might be a matter of time before he breaks through. I think this is his next obstacle, though. Beating out Clay Belvoir. It's gonna.
There he gets his sweaty wad of cash from Secret, and congratulations on the 3rd place finish for Shu Chang Chow. Well played. He had a lot of good matches yesterday.
Yeah, a lot of. I think he went most of the A side. Yeah, so his 2 losses were to Clay. He lost round 4 on the A side to Clay Belvoir. It's a little bit hard to see on the screen, but the top
Yeah.
middle match. I think that one was a little bit bigger. It was 7-2, and then went down the B side, beat Bo Bologna, beat Dan Louis, which was the big match last night, and then goes down to Clay once again.
Yeah.
But
So well played from Shu Chang, and congratulations to Clay, who moves on to get into this much anticipated finals match. Stephen Follen, who's been waiting a long time to get to play. Well, he's had a lot of time. Hopefully he's been over there. I wouldn't be surprised if he was over there hitting balls on another table to get warmed up. I do see the
yeah, he must have been warming up on that back table.
yeah. Yeah, you don't want to come in cold on a Sunday morning. And the last match that you and I commentated together was actually, I think, Stephen Follen and Stan Tarango in the finals of the
The
Open, the Northwest 9-Ball Open at 15th Street.
yeah, the on the 7-footers, right? Yeah, I remember that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That was
I believe
a big match.
the last match that you and I commentated together.
Were you here for we did, let's see,
NWPA.
NWPA? Yeah, you were there for that, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, yeah. I always forget what exactly was last thing, but there'll probably be many more as well, I'm sure.
Yeah. Always entertaining to watch the man, Stephen Follen. He is definitely got a lot of firepower in his game and just a great player to watch. And so Clay's got his work cut out for him here.
This
He's
is
gonna
a
He's going to have to put on his A game. Yeah, they faced each other in the A side, right? So
yeah, this was the hot seat match, actually.
The hot seat match, right?
Tis a rematch of the hot seat. I think we're literally swapping out 100 Fargo points too. Stephen Follen, 740.
40. Okay, so what do the odds say? 76% for Stephen. So was that 3-1?
3-1. What do you mean? Here. Yeah, this says 3-1. Yep.
Yeah, like a 3-1 odds that that Follen is going to win. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who I would take with that. I might take Follen.
We got Chu Cheng coming into the booth, possibly.
Oh, excellent.
Can we hear him?
Yeah. Congratulations on a great tournament. Third place in this tournament is definitely nothing to be disappointed about. You did a good job. We were really hoping that you were going to make it all the way to the finals, though, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Clay just controlled the game too well, and I couldn't make a good safety today. Like, it's probably I thought too much about, because Clay has been clearing out tables and no misses, so I'm just thinking I have to hook him up on something, and then I just lose everything. Lose control on the keyboard, lose control on the object ball. No safety at all.
Yeah, well, we were talking about your game and how impressive it is to watch you play. It seems like every time I look up your Fargo, it's higher. You've been putting a lot of time in and doing a lot of work to get to this point, and certainly looking for that breakout tournament where you snap off one of these opens. But what are your thoughts on how you played overall in the event this weekend?
Yeah, I think I played pretty well in some parts of the game, especially like in terms of especially like the attacking games, closing out, running out rather easier patterns. I think I'm more consistent compared to probably like 5-6 months ago. But I definitely learned a lot from like last night, from Dan, from Clay, and from watching like Steven. Yeah, so I think I know what's the part that I need to work on as well. Mainly like the safeties. Also, a lot of shots they are comfortable with shooting with like just various powers and spins.
Mhm.
Um, that I know if I use those, I will lose accuracy on making a shot. So, but for them, if they have that option, that will bail them out in some of the situations and make the rest of the pattern much easier.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's kind of like having a variability, like having the same shot, two, three, four different ways, and having the same percentage of making it on all of them. Right? We were talking a little bit about slow rolling with outside spin versus hitting it with a higher speed. Changes
Yeah.
the aim point. You got to know what happens differently, and if you can do both, they both should be in theory the same percentage making. But what it gives you is just flexibility in your game. You can just play so many more options, so many more positions, and your
Yeah.
percentage just go up, right?
Yeah, and you can tell it's not only like making a shot, it's also the accuracy of the tip hitting the cue ball.
Mm-hmm.
Because watching like Steven play their game yesterday, or even like Clay's game today, you can see him sizing a lot of points on the rails, going like multi rails, and he's not far off from even with shooting a ball into a side and then go around the table. He's not far off for 2 3 cushions, like just where the cue was hitting the rail. So that's how he's able to kind of make the pattern easier and easier, but still you know not losing the I mean, still being able to shoot with stroke, because the cue was going around the table, doesn't have to float anything.
Yeah, and Christian was just putting up that replay of the safety that he played off the one ball where he just thinned the piece of the one and brings the cue ball 3 rails around and gets perfect behind the little stack of balls.
Yeah,
Just a fantastic shot. Yeah,
yeah,
this is the one right here. Oh, you're actually not on screen yet.
Yeah, I'll show
Uh,
it right now. Sorry. Yeah,
yeah,
here's the replay. So
it was
that
a
one. I remember.
fantastic safety.
Yeah, I tried the 2 rail, but somehow just went past the one ball, went through the gap. Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, I mean these. It has everything. Like, everything is connected. It has it requires your control of your speed. It also requires your tip placement. It requires your aiming. All of those are crucial. It's not only like making the shots, it's also very important in making the safeties. Like, some people don't think that when making safeties you don't need that much accuracy, but actually you sometimes you need more, because um, you want to hit the exact line for the cue ball rather than you have big area of cue where cue ball can land.
Yes, 100%. So great experience, and that's the value of getting into these tournaments with, these very high level players is you get the opportunity to really learn a lot and see how they manage certain situations. And I think Shu Chang, I think you're one of those people that really soaks up that stuff like a sponge, and you take that away and put it in your pocket for future tournaments, and that's worth the price of admission right there.
Exactly. Like that's also why I also suggest people, like, if people are watching and don't hesitate to get into those opens or higher Fargo's tournaments, because you will learn a lot from the higher Fargo players, especially if you're watching up close. And the more like you learn, the more you understand, appreciate what they're doing. And if you can, soak them, as Patrick said, and just go back home and work on the things I feel like they are doing better than you are. That's definitely worth the. I mean, just take entropy as like a lesson, or it's definitely worth it. In terms of improving the games, and probably consider it as an investment.
Yeah, we were talking about that too, is how it's hard to get a good turnout for an open event because there's a lot of sub 500 Fargo rate players that just feel like it's just a donation and they're just not gonna get anything out of it. But the value is in the experience of seeing how those players. It's different from just watching them on a live stream. When you're competing against them,
Yeah,
you come away with a lot of information
yeah,
that helps you in future events.
yeah. I mean, to be very practical, probably like for sub 500, maybe you don't have to jump into open, but maybe go don't be afraid. Don't shy away from maybe like a 550 and under, or 600 and under, because you want to learn. You know, if there's too much of a gap, maybe you won't be able to appreciate that much, or like how hard some of the shots are. But at least go up one level to kind of broaden the view, and then learn just a little bit, and a little bit by little bit. And another example is like Bob likes to play just higher Fargo players privately. Like, you're welcome to do that too. Like, ask for someone that you don't have to gamble. Just just friendly spar. Play with your stronger friends.
Yeah,
Yeah, that would definitely help too.
good advice. So we're off and running with this finals race,
Yeah.
single race to 9. And Clay puts down a pretty good break, but a lot of clusters over here. That 3 ball's in a bad spot. The 2 does get you into the breakout position, it looks like. So first of all, I think he's looking at the 1-6 combo. But he's got to figure out the 2, where he wants to be on the 2 to loosen up this 3 ball somehow.
Yeah. Probably like almost straight would be ideal if he wants to do the breakout on it. Ooh, almost.
Yeah, almost missed it.
Knocked it on its way back. Like for these, the principle is you prefer to be closer rather than getting on the right line, because if it's closer, you have more room.
Yeah, like right where the cue ball is now would be maybe, or just a little bit lower on the table would be ideal. You just want to have a little angle on this 2 so he can bring the cue ball forward. Right, you want to be on the correct side of it.
Yeah, the 3 is almost in a spot that you have to kind of go into the pile. There's no easy safety, not disturbing the other, like the 10 and the 5.
Yeah, let's.
Looks like he is on the right line. Just need to float down. I think as long as he getting to that opening, so touch the 3 before the 10, he should have at least some option of safeties.
Yeah, I'd say that this is the most important shot of this rack, I think, is coming up right here. If you can execute this well.
Okay.
Not bad.
Not bad.
He's got a chance.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of things could have gone wrong there because there's so many multiple balls that could impact the outcome.
Ooh, safety.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Clay's kind of doing today. Is he's not risking some of the shots that may just give the game away. If he feels like he is higher to play safety, he will play the safety.
Okay, so good hit from Poland there.
Good idea of kind of hitting soft and hopefully thinning the 3, and then the cue ball parked behind the 5 and 9, but he hit it just a little too full, so the cue ball spun out of the 5 and 9. It's a weird spot. I think the 3-9 combo is not too hard, but it's close. And one thing I noticed today is that because it's raining today, the balls are a little bit stickier than yesterday, so it has a little more throw between each other. Okay, nicely controlled.
Yeah, well played. Spot the 10.
I wonder what would happen if you forgot to spot 10.
Well, if it goes more than an inning, then it's a re-rack. You can't spot it later.
Yeah.
That's happened to me a couple of times where it goes in on the break and nobody notices because you just think I got a ball in on the break, and then you just focus on the one ball.
1, 2, 3, probably not all the way.
Yeah, you're not looking all the way through the rack. You're looking at the first 3 shots, and then you get down a little ways and you realize, where's the 10 ball?
Pretty straight on the 7, but doesn't need to move the cue ball too much. I think even just stop there will be ideal. Can float it down to the short side from the stop shot position. Yep. Came back a tiny bit. So now the angle is a little flatter than what it was before.
Just needs a bit of precision draw on this. Yeah.
He likes, he said to me during the game, like he has, I think one of the shot from 9 to 10, he chose to jack up and stun kind of over rather
I
than
saw that. Yeah.
just roll over to short side.
And Christian and I were both talking about that shot, and we both agreed that we would have played the short side on the 10.
Yeah.
Because that, for me, is more comfortable at my level. But he played it absolutely perfect, stunning the cue ball up, and much easier 10 ball.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, it's his preference. He also admitted himself that he feels like he sometimes avoids it a little bit too much. So like it's like reasonably, or like you want to shoot some of those shots sometime, but probably if it fits your style, it gives you more zero comfort zone, and then it gives you more confidence shooting it.
Yeah, and the shot that you were referring to, where he went from the 9 to the 10, the cue ball was only about 2 inches off the rail, so he had to jack up with his cue. And when you jack up at that angle, you lose accuracy. And so for me, I would rather have a higher percentage accuracy and a longer 10 ball. I'm feeling like my odds are better.
I agree. It totally. So that's why, like, you don't have to mimic the pattern from even like the pro players, because some of the shots, it's for different people, the probabilities of making those and then connect to the next shot is different. So you don't have to. You have to kind of tailor to your own game.
So Clay controlled that entire rack. Follin only got 1 shot, which was a kick.
Yeah, that's I kind of felt for the last few racks.
Yeah.
It was controlling the game. The only shots that I got to shoot was some like I have to do safeties probably.
It's all about control of the table.
Yeah.
Especially at the level that you guys are at. It's all about staying in control, especially when it's your break, right? And you're breaking good.
And it can control from that point on.
Yes. Yeah.
Kind of automatic. It's kind of straight. Draw with a lot of left.
Oh, look at that spin.
Is it?
This is very unfortunate. It's going to drop. Very unfortunate, because that was a heck of a shot to draw with that low left.
That is a lot of left.
And, so many times we miscue those, trying to do that kind of draw on the cue ball with low left to get it to spin off that side rail and down. It was a beautiful shot.
Yeah. Also, since you don't usually put that much side with that much power, you're not too sure exactly where to adjust the aiming. So most likely if you try to force it, you might, just totally miss the ball or miss it on the wrong side. So you don't get the line you wanted.
Yes. Or miscue.
If it pushes out of the this is straighter, I think, than we wanted.
I think going forward, the 10 might be in his way. He might stun this over for the purple 5.
Yeah, but stunning, it's a little too straight to stun. It's in
Stun,
between.
stun follow.
Yeah, stun follow. Stun follow that you go past the 10 and you should be fine. But that pocket, yeah, all like that.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Yeah, well played.
So like a shot in between the follow and the stun.
Yeah, because ideally he just wanted to use top and go to the bottom rail and back, but the 10 was in his way for that. Oh, rattles that one in.
Pocket speed.
Clay is just playing exceptionally well here. And
Yeah, this shot.
Cheng, can you update the scoreboard to show 1-0 Clay?
Yes,
Thanks, Trevor.
that's right. This shot. If 8 goes to side, then not too much of a problem. It's not that easy for this one because you actually have to hit things. So he needs some right spin to help. Yep. Perfect. Done draw a little bit to the center table. Yeah,
and so far, Folan has had 2 shots in these 2 racks. The first one, it was in the first rack. He had a kick shot, and the second one was a very difficult draw shot from the 1 to the 2 that he ended up scratching on. So Clay doing a very nice job of taking advantage of every opportunity so far in this set.
Yeah, I think at least at this point, Clay has an edge because he has been warming up with me and getting more used to the table. You can see he's kind of more comfortable doing those like stun draw, stun follow, because that requires you to be very familiar with the table speed.
Right. And even though Stephen Folan was practicing on the other table, just a little bit different table can change a little bit of things. But I'm sure he was over there warming up for the whole time you guys were playing, I would assume.
Yeah, he was.
So breaking dead center, maybe a little off center, just a hair.
Yeah, the cube will cross to the other side, which sometimes will result in those dry breaks.
So, yeah, Folan with his 3rd trip to the table, and he doesn't have an open look at the 1.
No.
He could bank it, but I think he's going to play a safety here.
I think he's going to bank it.
You think he's going to bank it and go for because the shape on the 2 is there if he successfully makes the bank. There's a big reward.
And the angle is like is almost he's tried to do 2-way with the 6 as well.
And I don't think it worked. It was a good idea if he can get that cue ball behind the 6. If it goes, he's good. But if it doesn't, he's behind the 6. But he didn't get there.
Didn't. Yeah, but it was interesting. Like if you analyze that shot only, it happens to me as well. What happened was, if you're trying to bank the 1 with that speed, you have to hit a tiny bit thinner because he hit the 1 hit a little bit too long, right? But if a tiny bit thinner, it wouldn't be able to go past the 6. So in his mind, he was trying to also have the cue ball go past the 6, so he wanted to hit a little fuller. But in the end, he didn't. He got in between. So it was not thinner that the 1 ball will go, or it was not fuller that the cue ball go past the 6. So that's something could easily happen if you just have that 2-way mindset.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very tough.
Yo, what's up?
You haven't missed. It's been all Clay Belvoir show so far. One has only been at the table 3 times. Oh, what do we have here? I think he's okay, but that was really close.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think you can see the full board there. He might be able to massage a little bit. Yeah, like that.
Okay.
But, whew,
Yeah.
yeah, just need the 7 to move away, like maybe a quarter of a roll.
You forced a mistake, huh, Patrick? Just called it out. You're like, Clay's playing good, and then all of a sudden,
He is playing good, though.
That is not a.
That's not what he wanted. I know that.
Not exactly sure what he wanted. He maybe want to hit the thing there, so the cube will touch the left side, and then the 4 just kind of
Yeah.
lie on.
I think you're right. I think he wanted that cue ball on the rail of there.
All right, let's see. Poland's tackling this rack. Nudge the 7. Nice. Does the 5 go past the 9 to the side?
That's what I'm wondering too.
Yeah.
If so, it's an easier position to the 6.
I think it does, just barely.
Yeah, maybe like 3/4 of a pocket. Yeah.
Too far?
Little too far. Yeah, because he has to focus on making that shot, I think.
And this, I think, what we're seeing, the advantage of coming back from the B side is, you're hot from competition. You're ready. You're warmed up.
Mm-hmm.
And nice, well-played shot from Folan right there.
Perfect speed as well.
And he navigated through those balls with expert precision to get right through that line.
Here's another shot of that.
It's a lot of traffic to get through there.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't touch anything. Because if he touches one of those balls, he's not getting shape.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's a shot you can definitely shoot when you got a fast table. It's almost not really in the cards, that shot, necessarily, if you're on a really slow table, to come all the way around at that speed.
Still okay.
Yeah, I can't imagine that's the pocket he was intending to play the 9 in, but it worked out really well.
Mm-hmm. I think he was focusing on making the 7 and make sure the cue ball goes along that line, because almost anywhere on the line he will have a pocket, the upper fall pocket. One of those 4 will be there. Nice shot.
Yep, good out from Steven.
Ooh.
And I'm going to take a quick break, guys. I'll be right back in
Sounds good.
10 minutes. Thank you.
Patrick, thanks everyone. Joining us remotely. Okay, you can do the scores. Don't worry. So, you got action here.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about, you guys talked about the advantage, right? With
Yeah.
the fact that Steven has won all his matches, but now he's just in one single race. Can get swingy, anything can happen.
Yeah, that's a trade-off.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah. If you're confident enough, then this way. I don't know. Should you agree with those or not?
I think of it from the perspective of the player in the hot seat.
Mm-hmm.
I think they would always prefer to have the shorter race double dipped if given the choice.
Yeah,
right?
definitely. Yep.
Not necessarily that it's the right decision, but that would be the preference, I would imagine.
Because I forgot what was the deal. If Secret said it on the flyer that it's going to be a single race, I think she said it. It's hard to imagine that Folan would agree to fall back to just one single race after he's at the hot seat.
Yeah, I think in any case, when you have to get double dipped, it's better than having to take just one race, even if it's longer. Because the theory there is that when the race is longer, the better player is gonna excel more often, right?
Yeah.
So if that holds strongly enough, then yeah, there's not really an argument necessarily that it changes the feet. But I'm pretty sure that if you were to ask anyone and poll anyone, you get 100% polling or pretty close to it that they would prefer to have a double dipped 2 races as opposed to 1 longer race if you're the person in the hot seat. But I don't know, I could be wrong. So a little tricky jump shot here. This is jumpable.
This is
Problem
jumpable.
is shape.
But if you jump it, the cube was tracking kind of towards the corner pocket. So there is a risk there.
Yeah, I think if you're jumping, you might actually be better off just doing a jump safety and trying to draw it back behind the 4-5 as opposed to just playing the actual pot, because that or just make the ball and play for a safety on the 3.
All right, place kicking. Oh, kick at the right side. That's
Yeah?
the side. Yeah.
Did good?
Didn't have the cue ball. Didn't get a cue ball behind 5, but second prize 6 and 10 blocks the 1. Taking this way, and hopefully it goes 2 rail, either makes the 1 or have the cue ball go up table like that. Nudge it a little 2 thing that one ball didn't had a chance to get back to the center, like short rail. Middle of the short rail. All right, chance for Clay. Ooh, it gets a little too straight. Deal. 3-4 isn't that much of a problem, but you don't want to be too steep from 4 to the 5. Going forward with left. That is also a heart shot. Yeah, I think it's perfect.
Yeah, he almost got hampered. Wow, it almost went to disaster.
It stopped at the last tag. I think one more row, it wouldn't be able to.
Yeah.
I mean, one more row, he can just go to the short side. All right. Nicely done.
Looking strong.
With some angle, not much. And the 6 doesn't go to the right side, so have to put some power into it to stun it out. Or use right spin. See, I think he's stunning it. Yep, stun.
Yeah. Table's playing fast enough. I think stun is definitely the call. You don't have to overhit that very much.
He also hit it on the thinner side as well. That helps create more angle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that ball went into the right half of the pocket, up in the corner.
Yeah.
This
one. Top left, go to the center, through the center table.
A little bit thick. He kind of got down quick on that. I don't think he fully pre-shot routine that one out. It seemed like got down, pump, shoot, right?
Yeah, I think probably, I'm guessing what happens is like the scratch is somewhat like it happened just probably a fraction of a second in his mind, and its hand just adjusted. Oh, okay, I'll just hit fuller, probably more left spin. That could happen. Wow. Now,
let's Steven back in.
Yeah. Oh, too early. All right. Not bad.
Oh.
No.
I did it again, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. No, I did it before he shoot the 10.
Oh, that's the real curse, I guess. If you mark the score, there's video evidence at that point.
Yeah. It's okay. He's good. 2-2.
I think Ox is now starting to open for the day, I believe, but there is no league today due to the Super Bowl, I'm pretty sure. So,
There is league actually.
oh, there is league.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Thomas put out a poll for everyone, and then I think in the end it's okay to have matches that day. Gets more votes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
But people will probably, some of them will maybe just do makeups. Well, again, he's crossing the rack to the other side. I think with his like power and that, accuracy, had he just hit on the other side of the rack, like maintain the cube on the other side where he was breaking from, one of the two balls from the second row should drop. All right. Steven using the right spin to...
Speed is there. Oh, wow. He was playing safe. He didn't call it.
Yeah.
I thought he made it, but didn't call it. He pointed his cue at the last minute, so it's going to be player option on this.
Yeah. 3-ball passes the 10. Plays trying to lift up the template. 2-4 combo is definitely playable, although it's thin. And it can't shoot too hard, which means you have to be pretty accurate with those soft roll cutting shot. Oh, just safety there.
Be right back.
Cool. Yeah, Clay's not too happy with it. I think he wanted to be more frozen onto the 8 and 9. All right, Steven trying to go one rail. Pretty aggressive, I would say. That also opens up a 3 and 10. Not exactly, because the 3 still only goes to the left, like to 1 or 2 pocket. Not both corner pocket.
Oh, what did I miss? A scratch? Uh-oh.
Not scratch, but so Clay made a safety, and Steven was trying to kick one rail, but nudged the 10 before he hits the 2.
Okay, guys, I'm back.
Nice.
I'm back.
I was watching a little bit while I was eating, so that's why I couldn't commentate because I was getting something to eat. But I was watching and I saw the safety that Poland played, and they accidentally pocketed the 1. And Christian and I were just talking about how in this game, if there's ever a chance that you're going to pocket a ball, just call it.
Yeah.
Even if you totally intend to play safe.
Just in case.
Just in case, right? And that would have been one of those situations where he would have liked to have been shooting right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the one theory, like the last time Christian and I were talking about, the one theory I had was that sometimes you want, like you intended to not call any shot, just so that like subconsciously it's not in your mind. So your brain is trying to do something to make that happen, and ruin the other, maybe the keyboard control of whatever you're doing for the safety.
I agree. I think psychologically, calling a ball, it's hard not to
think like making it.
So what happened here? He ran into this 10 ball.
Uh-oh.
That prevented him from getting the position he wanted on the 4. So
Yeah.
big error there from Clay. Not
Yes.
happy with himself there.
It's probably the time point that like that little fatigue is hitting. Fatigueness is hitting, so lose a little bit of focus on some of the positioning. It's a tough position to get up as well.
I was just thinking about this as another USA versus Canada.
Yeah.
So many of these.
Tournament finals are USA versus Canada.
There's so many high-level players from the BC area that come down and always play well in these tournaments. I know there's been some talk about putting together some type of a teams matchup, a 5-on-5, best of BC versus best of Pacific Northwest, but on paper that would be heavily favoring BC,
If there's no Faro cap, you mean?
Yeah. I feel like it would have to be capped because we don't have the firepower to be very competitive in that type of format. If it wasn't capped, it would be very difficult. Stan Tarango and Simon Ring and Stephen Follen, and you've got just so many great players out of the BC area. It would be hard for us to find 5 players that would really be a good matchup for them.
I don't know. I feel like I agree that they've got the higher players probably, but I imagine we have more numbers. You think like overall? Do you think we have like what 4 to 5, 700 and up players? We have got folks in Spokane. I totally agree with you though. Like they've got the higher top-notch players. Got Steven, they've got Stan Tarango, but I feel like for the lower ranks in the Canadian players, we probably can bring some heat. I don't know. I think it'd be interesting.
It would be interesting, and I think it would be extremely fun as a fan of pool to watch the North. It would be a total battle of the border. Very entertaining.
Oh yeah. I think it's Northwest Cup-esque in terms of size. We can make it if we wanted to.
Right, but Northwest Cup is Oregon versus Washington, right?
I mean, to that scale is what I'm saying. Like, I think
yes.
that big.
Okay. Right.
Oh.
So that mistake by Clay looking like it's going to be costly here.
Yeah, he almost made a good kick and then like not leaving Steven anything at the or go past the side pocket. But now Bolin is at the table. Stun over for the 7 on the short side.
Yes, he cheated the pocket just a little bit to get that perfect position. It seemed like he wanted to hit it a little fuller, and
yeah,
he cheated to the outside of the pocket.
Yeah, he's got a perfect angle now. Everything just stay on this or that side of the ball. Oh, Dave Daly chiming in over on YouTube saying, "Don't forget we did a border battle in snooker with Stephen Follen." That's right.
Oh,
he's talking back about the snooker border battle we had at the grand opening of Bays, circa 2019, 2020, I think 2020, right? The start of COVID.
I remember that. Yeah,
it was for those who don't know, Stephen Follen and I forget the other Canadian player. 2 Canadians versus 2 Americans. Dave Daly was on Team America as well as Omar Balsara. And it was a snooker best of 3 round robin, I think, back and forth, or best of 1 round robin, something like that. And then they ended up doing 2 matches at the end, and it came down to the final frame, and I think like final couple colors or something. Dave Daly, I'm pretty sure, took it down against Stephen Follen on the snooker table. That was a pretty epic match.
And I wasn't aware that Follen was a snooker player.
Yeah, he's got snooker background. He grew up in the UK and he grew up playing snooker as a junior, I believe, as an up and coming player. And I think he took his whack at a pro tour or not. I'm not sure, or some high level amateur tour. But he talks about. I remember talking to him about it. And he talks about getting his butt kicked by Judd Trump on the snooker table when he was up and coming as a kid. I think when they were both kids, and Judd was kind of in his breakout. I'm pretty sure. So some other scenarios like that. But yeah, originally from the UK, played a lot of snooker back there, and I think that's where he gets his strong fundamentals from. You'll notice on certain shots, his stance will change, kind of from a pool stance to a snooker stance, depending on how hard the cut is. You'll take a look at it. It doesn't happen very often, but if he's got like a long shot, maybe you can see him sort of straighten out that back leg. Just keep an eye out for it.
I don't know enough about snooker to know the snooker stance, but I can see that. I mean, it makes a lot of sense in, that he has had a lot of experience in snooker, and it certainly transitioned well for him to pool. Nice break he put down here. One of the things that you don't get from snooker is that big break in 10 ball. So it's not something that you learn from playing snooker, but that was a beautiful break. It's going to have to work a little bit to get shape on this 2 ball. I think that was pretty nicely played.
I think he might have to do rail first on this one. Even if he could hit it directly. I'm not sure.
If he could, then the 4 goes on the side.
Oh yeah, if that's the case. Yeah.
Gary Wallace, that's right. That was the other Canadian. I'm just dropping a link over on YouTube and Facebook to the video from back then if you guys want to check out what we're talking about with the border battle at Bays.
All right.
USA versus Canada, 2v2.
I will save that link for later. I'll watch that.
Yeah, shout out to David Burney doing the commentary for that stream.
It's amazing that Steven, if you just watch him play pool, his stance it's nothing close to a snooker stance, where he can just switch in between those two.
So Fowen looking to complete the break and run here in rack 6. Get him a 2-game lead in this finals.
To draw back a tiny bit, or go forward a little bit. Either is fine.
Yeah, I think he likes that because he's nice and straight on this with a lot of queuing space.
Mm-hmm.
Easy draw shot.
Ooh. Nice.
No problem.
4-2.
4-2, starting from the 2-0.
Yeah, and Clay's odds go down to 10% now, according to the Fargo statistic.
I mean, yeah, what is it? So it's a 9-1 favorite that Steven wins from here.
Yep.
I don't know. Based on how they've been playing, I might take that bet for betting on Clay in that case. Might be a little too tilted towards one direction, but Steven's been playing good, so I don't doubt that the odds are definitely in his favor.
Yeah, one thing's for sure is that Clay needs, being down in this set, it's critical that he puts down good breaks and controls the table early on his breaks, because it's an alternate break format against a guy who can break and run like that fairly consistently. You're not going to have much chance at all of winning this finals if you don't break well.
Oh, crossed to the other side again, but now
Nine
this
ball,
Loud bang.
and a
9
set.
ball and 7 ball go in.
All right.
It's got a starter, but does the 5 go into the side?
Yeah.
I think it does. It's just, you have to get into that prime position from the 4 to the 5. That's probably going to be the biggest challenge of this run out, and that's what he's looking at, was the 5.
Yeah,
Well-
that body language says it goes.
Yeah. At least 1, 2, 3 looks pretty natural to start with.
So 4 to 5, you're gonna have to pick which side of the 4 you want to play on here and what angle you want. I kind of like the line of coming off the long rail, left long rail, and creeping down into that area, right? So kind of towards the 6, basically, coming from the long rail, left long rail towards the 6. So what line can you get on the 4 to kind of let you approach from that direction?
Getting straight on the 3. No, he can go to either side. Yeah, I like this way.
Yeah, I do too. The way he's looking at it right now, it seems very natural. It's an easy position for him to get to. Now he's looking at the other side. That's a much harder spot to get to with precision.
Yeah, I think the 4 to the 5 is easier from the second spot, but to get there is hard from the 3 right now.
Exactly. It's like, what are your odds of getting to that perfect spot better at? And I think the first choice that he had.
Yeah, it's just trade-off. Do you take the easy 3 and the harder 4 to 5, or do you take the harder 3 to 4, easier
He took
4 to 5?
But it's too straight. This
Yeah,
Yeah,
real
he
good.
got really straight. Yeah.
yeah.
Just overdraw by just a couple inches. He's still okay though. It's not, I think he's going to follow forward with some power
Mm-hmm.
and bring that cue ball 2 rails and to try to get, he wants to get real close to this 5 ball because it's not an easy shot with any kind of distance or any kind of big angle. He wants to try to make the 5 as easy as possible here, and he's not going to do it. He's going to have to bank the 5 if he wants to stay in the run out.
Called the bank,
He's
yeah.
on the bank. He's not even looking for safe yet. He might change his mind, though. Do you guys see a safety opportunity here?
Only one I think of is thinning the right edge of the 5 with a bunch of left spin, but you're going to run into it, I feel.
He's
Trying to
committed.
come back. He's in.
Yeah, he wasn't even questioning. He
Yeah,
said,
percentages were so hard for the safety. The bank has got to be the play.
and it was beautiful too.
Now
Drilled the bank dead center and got nice shape on the 6.
draw into the gap between rail and 8 ball, and you should be out. He missed the 8 ball earlier in the first or second rack. Or sorry, missed the 6 ball into that same pocket. But no problem making it. Just overran position a little bit.
Yeah, a little long, and it can't kind of power too hard.
Yeah,
Or
it should be fine though.
Too
Yeah. Very nice. Let his stroke out. Makes the shot so much easier than trying to hold it.
Yep. Nice shot.
Yeah. Great
Stop.
playing from Clay.
Mm-hmm. Stop bleeding. Get on track. 3 to 4.
Now it's closer to 4 to 1 odds.
And that was a break and run. And we were just talking about that. If Clay wants to have a chance at winning this finals, he has to do just that.
Yeah.
Break well and control the table.
Yeah, it's like a seesaw. Once you shoot well and then apply pressure, your opponent may not be able to maintain the performance as consistent.
Now I see them racking the 2 and the 3 in the back corners. Is that a rule in this tournament? Do you have to rack the 2 and the 3 in the back corners?
Secret didn't say it was required, I don't believe.
No, she didn't say. There's no rule for 2 and 3, but some may. I don't know. Some may be used to 2 and 3. I don't know if that's pattern racking or not.
Well, that's kind of, it's debatable, right? BCA has that rule of 2 and 3 in the back corners, but many people say, well, that's a form of pattern racking. If you can get familiar with how the balls break and you can control the 1, 2, 3 into a certain pattern, it can give you an advantage. So if it's not a rule that you have to, I think it should be random.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, since it's racking, sometimes what I found myself doing is like I just unintentionally or unconsciously leave the 2 and 3, the last 2 balls to rack.
Yeah.
Just because I'm so used to the form of the racking, the motion of racking other balls first and then leave the 2 and 3 out.
Mm-hmm.
It becomes a habit. Like if I intentionally want to break that habit and try to be random, is it still random? I don't know. Sounds like a philosophical question now.
Yeah, it's one of those things that people like to comment in the chat about. Everybody has an opinion. Sort of like the purple 5 ball. Oh, good try from Clay. Good try. That was a dry break from Steven and an opportunity for Clay to take a little control here. Just overhits that.
I felt like me. All I did was like attempt to save the good safeties, but just overrun here and there, and eventually leave a good chance instead for the opponent. Okay.
And do you guys see any trouble here in this rack? I'm looking at where the 5 ball is. The purple 5 does not play to the top left corner, so that does have to be figured out, the position on the 4 to get to the 5.
Even the 4, though, what's the position to get on the 4 before that, even?
I think 4 ball goes to side.
You play it in the side? Yeah, it's pretty thin.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just natural because 2 to 3 floated to the center table, and now the angle is leading towards the. You can go one row just into that line, and also if you just go straight, it's close to the straight. You can kind of float it down to be natural on the short side 5 as well. So
yeah, I think that answers that question probably. You're gonna have to do that.
I like playing 4 up in the top corner and following up, but he's doing what you said, Shu Cheng. He's going 4 in the.
Yeah, the thing for going for this top corner is if you overrun it to the other side, there's no no easy way of
getting to the 5.
So this way, if you overrun the position, you still have the corner pocket to the rescue.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Now, does he play it off the 10 here to?
No, I don't think 10 is.
It's okay.
I think 10 is too far out. Yeah. Just
okay.
barely. He might be too straight. That's what he's looking at.
Just take your medicine shot. Maybe just leave the cue ball right a little bit past where the 4 ball is now, and play the more difficult 5. No.
Yeah, he's fine.
Oh, he got there. Yeah, but a little bit hampered is all.
His medicine tastes different than my medicine. My medicine is way worse tasting.
I prefer.
Bumping that end ball like you did makes the 10 easier at the end. Certainly.
Yeah, actually, yeah. That's wide open now. I think you can actually get this run out fairly easily, just getting on the 9 anywhere up table. or towards the top of the table from the 9. So
Still not easy because this shot.
this is the shot, really.
Mhm.
Yeah, grape juice. I was gonna say secret. I prefer grape juice over
Madison.
over that medicine. Yeah, different kind of medicine.
I almost want to go forward and then nudge the 7.
I think
Yeah.
that is the play. That's my first instinct. Probably is nudge forward and go off the 7 and go forward like a rail or 2. He just decided to blast it. Oh,
It hopped off that ball. And it puts the 10 back on the rail into a worse spot than it was originally.
Yeah, this is way worse. Oh man.
Yeah, this is. It's almost like at a point that it doesn't go either way. Yeah, because you can see the like tiny compression of the rail. It's frozen.
Yeah, but that's no.
So
You
really
can't even
bad.
do that weird compress into the side pocket shot. So
No, it's not close to the pocket, close enough to the side pocket yet. Like when a 10 is there, even if you go perfect onto the short side, it's hard for the symbol to roll past the side pocket because it's all a little bit into the rail. That's
yeah, kind of unlucky. But he decided to blast into it instead of going forward
boy.
and misses this shot. Maybe he got into his head.
Opportunity.
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah. So now it's going to be Clay's problem to deal with this 10 ball, and he goes right away and looks at the 10.
yeah.
First thing that he did when come to the table, what am I going to do with this 10 ball?
It's dead frozen. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was one rack between me and Clay. I think there was a cluster 7-9 cluster on the upper right side corner. And during that game, like both of us, we kind of just missed a rather easy shot. And after I missed, like Clay immediately said, like neither of us wanted that. Ooh.
Oh wow!
Right there. That was the
Epic.
shot. That was beautiful. Can we get a replay of that one? Because that was absolutely spectacular. That's exactly what he needed to be able to have a good opportunity to run out this rack. He had to move the 10.
Look at that! Wow,
He had
thins
to
it,
miss the 9. He had to miss the 9 coming back off that bank shot.
and the body English too.
Spectacular shot from Clay Belvoir. Highlight reel worthy.
Yeah, that's might be shot of the match so far. Wow, he's got to run out though to make it worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to do the same guy thing, right? Where
Yeah.
you make a spectacular shot and then you dog the simple one.
This is one thing though that Clay always talks about whenever I play with him. Or one thing I learned from him was when you make a big shot like that, there's always so much pressure on the next shot for kind of no good reason. And you saw him there. He just he was about to shoot the 7. And he's like, I'm gonna go walk over here, wipe my cue off with my towel, kind of mentally start over, and then you're good to go. Wow.
I think he just wanted to give us an opportunity to show his replay.
Yeah, that's really what it was. I was getting a little concerned, but he took a break, so we were good.
All right.
We don't have to tell the viewers that though. It's all right.
Is he straight enough that he can just drop
Sorry.
to the, or even cheat a little bit?
I think cheat, go forward, or you can just draw straight back and play 10 in the side.
Yeah, if you can cheat, just draw back a little. Yeah, just like that.
Yeah, he was going that direction either way.
On the side or
Spectacular out.
straight into the side. Nice.
Well played. Clay is playing at a very high level. Not that that's unexpected. He's definitely got it in him.
Mm-hmm.
And he knows he has to play his best.
I can hear them on the microphone talking about it. He's like, "Yeah, nice shot. I thought it was frozen." He's like, "Yeah, it definitely was. I thought it was too." But, Stephen Folan giving his respects for the good shot there from Clay.
Yeah, I didn't think he had enough room with the 9 ball there to bank that back, because I was thinking about that, but I thought, the 9 ball's definitely in the way. But now he shortened it up perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I guess to some extent the 9 ball helped, because you just think of avoiding the 9 ball and that you will most likely go short rather than go too long.
And it would be impossible to hit the 10 and not make the ball, right? If you're hitting that side of the 10, the ball's definitely going to go in the side.
Yeah.
So there's no risk of breaking out the 10 and missing, right? So if you miss the shot, that
Yeah.
means you hit the 9 ball or whatever, and no big deal because it's a
Mhm.
problem. It's still a problem for Steven. So
Yeah.
an excellent choice.
All right, that's a much better break, but unfortunately, I don't think anything goes.
Yeah, it's a much
He's
better
on-
cue ball, but
Yeah, much better Cuba, but also this time, like his cue ball, he didn't cross the rack to the other side.
mhm.
Yeah,
Wow.
sometimes you can put down a perfect break and still nothing goes in.
Yep. And the 1-8 is there for Steven to adjust the angle for the 1-2, but now he's a little too straight, I think.
Maybe a side view here. See what kind of angle he has on this one. Yeah, very straight and on the rail.
It's going
Yeah.
towards the left short rail here, I think. So if he wants to work his cue ball, it can really only go forward, I think.
You gonna take your medicine and play the cue ball from a long distance spot? I think he's looking
He
at
has
this.
to. Yeah, I think he has to. No grape juice here.
No,
He's going past the clusters and try to shoot from that side.
oh, did he
This
get there
is-
though?
This is good, I think. Yeah.
Good? Okay.
This he can just follow it one rail now up and down the table. Or down and up the table, sorry. Hit like 1.5 diamonds away from this bottom left corner pocket. Or
For the
he's
safety.
playing safe.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
is like
I
a
like
Josh Filler shot if he goes
and
forward.
bring the
not-
cue ball back down into the pile, but the two ball going down there too.
Safety.
You got
I
that
think-
fortunate.
I think he was playing the shot, no?
I think he was playing the shot. He was definitely trying to bring the Cuba back.
Might have just elevated a little bit.
All right. It's technically cut to the side or the bottom corner. It's just if Clay decided. I mean, if this is the only edge he can see, he'd better attack, maybe.
These are ones where I'm trying to think of what to do, and I really don't have a good idea.
Yeah, because you can only see very thin edge of the ball, anyways. So
He's going to try to make it.
just attack.
Yeah,
Mm,
and it's two-way. It's a two-way. It was a good two-way shot there because he's bringing that cue ball back where he's got a full look at the three.
Yep.
And he played at great speed to keep the two ball down table.
Can Fowen just two from there?
I think so. It might be full.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fortunate.
Sell
Yeah,
out, I
very-
think, though.
Window.
Oof. It's
The
close.
back cut here looks manageable, but you're going to lose the cue ball. No, I don't know.
It's really thin,
Actually.
actually, yeah.
That's very thin.
But if you try to hit the 6 with the cue ball, even if you undercut it, it would be okay, probably.
Yeah, that's
if you
tough.
run, yeah.
He's looking to hit there. He's pushing the
Looking-
2 ball there, maybe? Or pushing the cue ball there.
Two-
I like Shu Cheng's idea. Try to run the cue ball into the 6.
Mhm.
Focus on all cue ball here.
No, Clay's doing
I think-
safety.
He's doing a safety. I think he's banking the 2 to the left
Yep.
side rail.
Using the 3-4 as the wall. He likes that, but I think
Too
this one
hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that the frustration. Clay is looking exactly like when I was playing Clay. Clay is the me.
In this case, yeah.
Because when he was playing me, the safeties he made like a couple of those just paper perfectly. But it's just the pressure. Like when you know that if you leave something out, opponent will be able to run out. The pressure is different. And even for just those safeties. 3. Little. It's a little awkward.
Yeah, he's going towards the 5, right?
Yeah, I think
Little, just a stun follow a couple inches just to keep the cue ball in that gap is probably what he wants here.
it's
Unless he
hard.
wants to find the gap between the 9 and 10.
I like drawing back.
He can stun to the rail too.
I like. Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there. It's hard to tell sometimes on these angles on the cameras, but
Especially if the cube and the object is close.
mm-hmm.
It's hard to tell the angle exactly. All right, now requires a good shot to go. Wow, clean top spin.
And it looked like he barely even put anything on that. That's
It's just like top spin, but he has to hit very accurately on where the cube ball meets the object ball.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Oh, wow. A lot closer than he wanted to get to that corner pocket. But fortunate for him that he has an angle, because he could have easily gotten straight on that 6 ball, and that would have made things a lot tougher for him as well. Angle allows him to get out a bit.
All right, still not too trivial. Go bottom left 2 rail.
2 rails center of the table, around the 9.
Oh, hit the 10.
He hit it good. He hit it so good.
Yep. All right, now it's just 1 rail, side or corner.
You can also draw or stun it a little bit. It's gonna roll it though. Yeah.
Yeah, like side pocket for the 10 ball. Looks pretty big.
2 rail.
Mm-hmm. Let out the stroke.
Mm-hmm. But you have to make sure you don't hit too low on the cue ball accidentally, though.
Looks like we're gonna get a player break, maybe.
5-4.
Yep. Player break time.
The half point of the match. It's a race to 9 for the final.
Got Shu Cheng in the booth, hanging out with us.
Yeah, we
Not
got
too bad.
commentators from everywhere. Shu Chang and at Ox in Seattle, and I'm over here in Paulsbo, and you're in Virginia.
Yep.
Right.
It's a remote world now, so it's easy.
The joys of technology allow us to do this. It's pretty fun. Thanks for inviting me in. Appreciate that.
Yeah, definitely. Always good to have more people in the booth. Allows
Yeah,
people to
it's
have
always-
breaks and get more exposure, etc.
As a fan of the game, as much as I am, I really enjoy commentating these high-level matches and the end of these tournaments because, for one, I feel like I learn so much, but it's also nice to bounce ideas off of others, in the booth, and then see what the players end up doing, and it's a lot of fun.
See if we can watch some replays here. So this is the one earlier from Steven sending this cue ball 3 rails around the table, 4 rails.
Oh yeah, that was beautiful.
On that 6.
Yeah, he runs into anything there, and he has really no shape on the 7. That was a fantastic shot.
Dennis fan asking, is everyone using headphones while commentating or speaker and mic? I'm pretty sure everyone's using headphones. I know I am.
Yeah, I've got my commentating headset on.
Yeah, the one you use for Chalkbox. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just better quality than, connecting Bluetooth headphones or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Normally doesn't sound as good. And Shu Cheng in the booth, obviously at Ox, has the high quality microphone. Not sure what you're using at home there, Christian, if you've got...
Yeah, SM7B setup, live stream setup, so good mic,
Yeah.
good headphones. classic streamer stuff, you know.
Yep.
But yeah, we'll take a look at this replay as well. Big shot from Clay to bodge open this 10 ball.
That was the shot of the match. I like the body English at the end too. Come on, baby. He knew as soon as he passed that 9 that he had a good chance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dennis, if you notice any weird audio issues, let me know. But there is one small thing that happens every time when we're talking to people in the booth. Some of the audio gets routed through a mixer in ad aux and then back to us, so they could hear a little bit of echo sometimes. I know I hear it on Discord often, but I haven't really checked closely on the stream if it comes through. But so far, so good. I know there's also a room microphone in there, which has a little bit of fuzz in the background. Not much I can do about that other than turn it down. But yeah, let us know if there's anything going on. If you guys want to take a quick break while they're doing a player break, I'm going to go get something to drink. I'll be right back.
All right.
Out here, I think it's going to be Clay's match. Just would be too strong of a comeback to overcome. right, I think we're back to the action. Player break is over. And we're rocking and rolling. Clay Belvoir, Stephen Follin in the finals, in the booth. We got Shu Cheng Chow in the room, and we've got Patrick Nix as well, streaming or calling in from home. I'm on the East Coast in Virginia, running this live stream here at Ox Billiards. Christian Younger's in the booth. We're ready to get going for a second half, but a big miss from Stephen here. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that was unexpected. These guys have been playing so solid. Early game error there, and we've been talking about how important the breaks are. He put down a good break and gave up the table right after that. So
Unexpected.
Chance for Clay to really get something going here. Definitely an opportunity he needed in this alternate break format. We've seen a couple break and runs already, and I expect to see more.
He's thinking a little bit more about this than usual.
I think the 6 doesn't quite go to the upper left corner.
Yeah, I think 9's definitely got him blocked there, but now it's tough. How's he going to get on the short side of the 6 here other than going 3 or 4 rails?
Yeah, 4 rails, I think, to the other side of the 6.
Yeah.
I think that's his line, yeah. Come
Actually,
around the 8 and 10, and he wants to catch that 4th rail on the side. And either have the 6 in the side pocket or the
lower, yeah,
or the lower corner, yeah.
or upper corner if he can really get to the.
Yeah, this line allows him a margin of error a little bit. If he goes too far or not far enough, he's still going to have a pocket for that 6 ball. Now it's probably the worst case scenario is that he ended up on the rail down there.
The angle is okay for the lower left corner, but just requires some accuracy for shooting long shot.
Yeah,
For sure. Yeah. It's not a shot that anybody wants to be taking here. It's a high level of difficulty.
Yeah.
But luckily, like you said, the leave is natural, so he doesn't have to try to force anything or put any kind of spin here. It should be natural.
Nice shot.
Very well controlled.
Cue ball.
Good. He's good. Now.
Well, spice and everything nice on that one. Oof.
Had to make us sweat a little bit. And I think he's looking for a draw here because I think that 9 is in the way of coming forward 2 rails.
Yeah, I don't like going forward on this one if you can avoid it. If he's like a ball or even a half ball length to the left where he is, then you can actually go forward. This one just gets risky. He could do it if he's got a good stroke on it, but he's a little bit weird on the rail, jacked up kind of. I don't know. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, the draw shot is a little tough because you have to jack up on it, but we saw how well he did that in a couple of shots against Shu Cheng. So I would assume that that's the way he's going. No, he's going to try to avoid the 9. He does.
Yeah, good shot.
Yeah, well done.
It needs a good stroke, that shot, if he's going to go for that to avoid the 9, because it needs to arc a little bit off the follow. Did pretty well.
Yep.
And Secret Wong saying in the chat, she's just an FYI, got more events coming up in the next quarter of this year. April's going to be a big one.
Nice. I can't wait to see the flyers for the next set of stick game strong events. Always entertaining. She puts on tournaments for every level of player from the highest to the lowest. I think she had down to a 480 and under or 460 and under for the lower end players, and then this open event getting the monsters in. So it's a good mix that she puts on with her tournaments that gets really everybody in the whole pool community an opportunity to compete and to win good prizes.
Now Clay's drew this ball a little bit less than he would have wanted. Makeable 10 ball, but it's going to be a tough shot. Might be a big swing in this match. Wants it to be 5-5.
These are the ones where they say, if you miss it on the pro side, right?
Oh, yeah.
Overcut it. You know, he did miss it on the pro side, but
Not that close.
That's not a little too close to the pocket to. Yeah, he wasn't planning on missing that though.
No, I think if he's like kind of hitting with that power, even missing on the pro side, the 10 will bounce back out.
Yeah. That's why I said when he hit it with that much power, I know he wasn't even considering the miss.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of that when you say miss on the people say miss on the pro side, and it's like you're telling yourself it's okay to miss, but just do it this way. Is that good? Do you think?
Yeah, it goes back to that mental situation we were talking about earlier, right? Do you think about missing at all anyway in general, or do you just approach it in this way? I guess it kind of depends on your preference, but I like shooting it with outside spin, and I guess you can hear me out on this one, but outside spin on that shot, like I said earlier, if you do miss from slow rolling it or from letting the spin grab the cloth, you tend to miss it thin, which on that shot is the pro side miss technically, right? So if you hit it as you expect it with outside spin, you'll make it in the pocket, and if you miss it, you'll probably miss on the pro side if you're going to miss, which is a tendency to miss thin when you let the spin grab if you're hitting it at pace, right? So I think that's something that I would focus on more personally, as opposed to thinking about missing on the pro side. I don't know what you guys do. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, my opinion is obviously that it's the commitment issue, right? If you're thinking about missing on the pro side, you're not truly committing to the shot, and that can, it's not good. But I think either you commit to the safety. If the shot is too hard and it's too low percentage for you, you commit to the safety and you play it, overcutting it and put it on the bottom rail and send the cue ball up table.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you just absolutely 100% commit to making that ball. But I think that's my opinion.
Yeah, that's kind of all in the mental realm of things, right? There's not really a wrong decision there, right? You just mentally have to think about it in a certain way to be committed to it, right? Can't really say you should hit it with side or no side or stun or whatever, right? It's kind of just pick which one you want and go for it, right?
Yeah.
My for those shots is, so for example, take the shot Clay had as an example. When you're actually shooting with authority and try to bring the cue ball back, with that speed, like the pro side probably wouldn't make too much sense. But if you are having to cut that one like with soft slow roll, I think it's not that you're thinking of missing it. You're thinking of making a ball to the thinner side of the pocket. So you're aiming at that point of the pocket. And why to do that is because sometimes there could be a little kick or something like this, just something unknown. And if nothing happens and you shoot very accurately, you still make the shot.
Mm-hmm.
And you're committing to like hitting the ball to that exact spot.
Yeah.
If some little variable happens, it kicked a little bit. Since you aim to the thinner side, it still helps you. Like you can still make it, and that's good too. But if you just happen to hit a tiny bit too thin on the other side, or like if you miss on the thicker side, since you aimed at the thinner side, you can make it.
Yeah.
The only time it's not good is if there's no like throw or something and you hit on the thinner side, and that's the only time that's no good. And if that happens, since you aim at the thinner side, the object ball went to a long rail and then bounced back to the short rail, and that's the only time you miss, but you don't leave too much for opponent.
Mm-hmm.
So if you consider all those 4 kind of scenarios or 5 scenarios, basically you are almost always good by aiming it to the thinner side of the pocket.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Dennis Fan agrees with you there. Missing to the pro side equals committing to one side of the pocket over the other.
Okay.
So,
good.
That's kind of the same idea, I guess. Prathamesh is chiming in as well, saying percentages
So-
change a lot when you're hitting it firm versus slow, and you'd rather not think about missing any side if you're a favorite to make it. And I think that's more to Patrick's point, right? What you were saying, where you want to just commit to something positive as opposed to thinking about the negative in any way.
Yeah. So great to hear you guys' perspectives. I always appreciate that because, those kind of shots come up a lot in rotation, and we hear that a lot. Miss it on the pro side. It's like, oh, if you're telling yourself to miss it, then you should just commit to a 50.
We should call it something else, really.
Yeah. So a great safety from Clay to give Folan a jump shot opportunity, and Steven jumped the cue ball off the table, bounced off the top of the ball, and went off the table. So giving Clay the reward here of a ball in hand to get something going. There's the replay on that jump shot. He just didn't time the bounce quite right, and it hit the ball as it's bouncing upward.
Yeah, it happens. Tends to happen more on those long distance jump shots, right? Even if you're doing a small jump over the ball you're on, it can still, depending on how hard you hit it, can still land weirdly on the next ball.
Yeah, you have to time that bounce to where it's hitting the ball on the way down as opposed to the way up.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really difficult thing to do.
Alrighty, well.
Yeah, Clay got good on the 6 ball. That was kind of the challenge here is the 6. He wanted to be straight on it, but not blocked by the 10.
Yeah, on that shot, I actually prefer to go to have more angle and go 2 rail back to the long rail. This one, I think he's just at the sweet spot that it could just draw past the 10 or stun out like that. But it's a bit of touch. Yeah.
It's nice though. He had a stop shot on that pink 4 into the side, so you guarantee that line. And now he's looking at 8 ball, probably gonna be going forward on this 7.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I wanted to be straight on the 7, so I can just stop on the 7. And to be able to do that, I want to park my cue ball on the long rail.
Mm-hmm.
You can do what he's doing right now, but still you require a good shot from the 8 to the 9.
And this is stroke if he goes around the 9 to hold it.
Yeah, this is like you have to shoot with a lot of left, but you can't shoot too hard.
Yeah. Here he might be going the other side. If he could just stun and get close to the 9 and go to the second rail on the left side rail and come up, but I think the first shot is really the shot. He's got to just hold it.
Yep, a lot of left, as I said. Yeah,
that was the thin side of the pocket. That's what happens when that spin grabs with the outside spin once again.
And again, like we were talking about earlier, hitting it soft at a soft speed with a lot of spin adds a lot of difficulty. Because he mitigated that well.
You couldn't do that if that's not in your arsenal. On that shot, maybe the best option is what Christian said, to stun it. But if you stun it, you're guaranteed with a super long shot on the 9 ball. Because even like Clay was doing like a drag and maximum left, still the cue ball drifts kind of away from the 9. And if it's a stun, I would imagine the cue ball going pretty close to the per rail. Nice recovery. And he's holding it, even though you can feel some of the shots that he's not 100% as he was at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, that first shot to go from, I think, 1 to 2, the ball in hand 1 to 2, he kind of did that classic little practice swing to your chest that people do, kind of when they're not feeling their stroke quite right. But he managed to get away out of it. I see Danny do that a lot when he's not feeling it. He kind of swings his arm at his chest without a cue, just to kind of get the arm working or something.
And I think that I don't know for sure, but the players that break have won a very high percentage in this set so far. I think that there was maybe, and that's the difference in the score is really that Steven had taken one that Clay broke, but I believe Steven's won all of his breaks, and that's the difference.
Ooh, Try break. Oh wow! The one ball got punched into the pocket. Yeah, probably you're right, Patrick. I wasn't paying too much attention on like the serving and breaking situation, but you'd be right.
The players are doing a very good job of breaking, getting a ball in, and staying in control of the table. There's been a couple of back and forths, but for the most part, that control has maintained through the racks.
I guess that's why they're in the finals.
That's right. The break is not as much of an advantage for the players of my caliber. It's a little advantage, but not a huge one. But it's a big advantage when you get up into this level.
Yeah, once you can consistently, ooh, that is a
Be trouble.
very risky route. I think you wanted to go past the 5 and 10. Not too sure. Or maybe he just shot. Wanted to leave to the right side of the 4, which is somehow under stroke.
Yeah, uncharacteristic there. I'm not sure what he was trying.
Oh, what a beautiful jump shot.
Yeah.
He says, no problem. I got in trouble, but I'm good. Hold my beer.
Combo time.
Yeah.
Combo time, and as long as you can control the 4 ball to hit the left part of the 6, or like rather the full part of the 6, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, you did exactly what you said. You called it. Hit that fat side, settle the 4 ball near the pocket, and you got a run out chance now.
That's a break and run. I would think, wow, overran that one.
Yeah, I think that's all because he caught it thin to the pocket. He could have gone a little bit thicker.
He still has it the 5, though.
Yeah, it still goes. It's just barely there. It's a little bit fancier than you wanted it to be. I think he's got to spin around the 7 now, 2 rails, though. Just to get a good stroke on it.
I'm okay with like low right.
Yeah, low right, yeah.
No, low right, but not having to swing past, but low right so that the low, yeah, like that. When it gets to the 5, the low is gone. So it's like a drag shot, but with right.
Yeah, okay. So like a slower spinning right spin, yeah. I got what you're saying. Yeah, there's a lot of space to play into, so either option is there for sure.
Ooh, drawing to the other
50-yard line on the 8 ball. So we're seeing some positional errors from Steven. He's getting out of them because he's such a great player and shot maker. But
I like cutting it this way like he's doing.
Yeah, 2,
Natural
3,
to get on the 9.
right. Nice. Even the 4th rail.
Yeah.
Perfect.
oh yeah,
Really,
Wow.
really good.
wow. It takes a lot of hours of practice to get to play shots like that consistently. So an amazing run out. Made it tougher than he needed to at times, but his skill got him through the rack with that great jump shot earlier.
Yeah, let's take a look at that last positional shot too. I forgot to get the replay on the jump shot, but here's that outside spin. 4 rails. Getting pretty nice and straight on this 9 ball.
Yeah, he couldn't have been any better on this 9.
Yeah.
All right, it's even hitting the 7th rack.
And that's a break and run, right?
Yeah, it was a break and run, yeah.
So quick response from Steven, putting the pressure back on Clay. 10-1 favorite, look, or 9-1 favorite? No, 10-1 technically, right? 10-1 odds to win this. 2 racks needed for Steven and 4 for Clay. Can Clay get there? Can he get over the line and put the pressure back on? It's got to start with this rack here, though.
Christian, what was the session ID? I think I accidentally.
Okay.
Could you type?
So really good break put down by Clay to try to maintain control of this one. After that break and run, spectacular highlight reel worthy out from Folan. Let's see if Clay can answer that with one of his own here.
This is tough. First shot out of the rack, and he's already kind of tricky on this 2-ball.
I think it should help a bit after I turn down the headphone volume.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I think the microphone was picking up some of it from the headphone. Ooh, 10 ball.
Okay. We both go, at the same time. So, what do you do here? Safety is not. I'm not
it's
in a real easy place to get to here.
looking at the carom combo, but I think it's just a little bit too much, pushing too much to limit to hit the right spot on the 7. Because you have to hit super thin on the 3 and even probably use a tiny bit of left spin to swing the 7 ball, which...
Yeah. There's 2 ways to hit every carom, though, right? There's like the thick way and the thin way. You might have to go the thicker side where he hits the 3 ball pretty full and then uses like a force follow to run into the 7, but that's such a much harder carom to gauge.
Yeah, that's much harder too.
What do you think about the safety, though? He could play the 3 to the right long rail down to the bottom rail and play the cue ball between the 8 and the right long rail up table. Maybe get behind the 6 or the 4.
And that's what he's
That's
doing.
what he's doing.
8
He's
and
trying to.
7. Yeah,
Very manageable.
I'm not sure if Steven can see the thin edge or not.
Yeah.
I don't think he can, but the kick and stick is on.
Yeah.
He's calling the side.
The 7 is there. I think at his level, he's comfortable with controlling the cue ball to go towards the 7. Oh,
he called the side pocket.
Caught it this time.
Track that as a highlight reel shot for sure. That was really something.
Here we can see it again. Just make sure he called it into the side pocket because it always has a chance, and there it goes.
And the idea is to use the 7 or the 8. If he had slightly too full, then the cue ball could hide behind a 7 or 8. All right.
Wow. How do you beat that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, Clay played, he's in a bad spot.
Yeah. I mean, it could, like on that shot, if Steven the 4 just went slightly off and he didn't make it, then it's probably a sellout for Clay. So,
yeah. The only way you beat that maybe is gluing him up against that ball on the safety as opposed to letting him kick the 1 rail, or trying to play the separation more so that you're kind of putting him all the way up table.
Well, you could also say that Clay put himself in that spot, right, where he didn't get his shape on the 3. So that's
true.
If he would have gotten the shape on the 3 ball, he wouldn't have had to play that safety. So just being a little bit better than your opponent at the
running out.
Yeah.
This is looking a little close.
Yeah.
I think he's okay.
It's only cue ball foul, so it's not too big of a deal, even if he nudged the 10 with his shirt. All right, 7 to 10. Let's see how Steven is controlling that shot. Slow rolling. I like that. Straight, but you have the whole pocket to cheat, to manage the angle, to create angles. I think you will do a draw, spin, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Playing strong.
Yeah, I think Steven's pattern is like closer, or I should say mine pattern is closer to Steven's, but he just does it with more consistency and control on his keyboard. Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice shot.
you're calling a lot of the shots, that's for sure. And Steven goes up another one on the hill. Can he close it out? Do you think this is too big for Clay to overcome? It's looking...
Yeah, I think the odds are far in the favor of Steven here, as Fargo Rate suggests, and that was one where, he won against Clay's break, right? And maybe that was only the second one, but that's the difference in the score. Is that Steven has won every single one of his breaks, including a couple of break and runs, and so it just makes it very, very difficult for Clay to come back.
I believe it's Steven's break now, if I'm not mistaken.
That was Clay's break.
Should be Steven's break.
Steven had a break and run 2 racks ago, and then Clay broke this.
The video, the feed on previous rack, probably.
I know that Clay won the lag in the beginning, so Clay should be breaking the odd racks, and this is 8-5. So this is rack 14. This is going to be Steven.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, just confirming the replay that we didn't get out of order, and Clay did break the last rack, so...
And so now...
Chance is on.
As, including this one, at least 3 more chances to break?
Yeah.
No, 2 more chances to break, at least.
He's got 2 break and runs so far in this match, right?
Yep. Let's see. Once a good player gets loose, it's dangerous. Oh.
2 and 4 ball drops.
Oh, the 5 ball.
No, look at the 1.
I mean, he can still see the edge, I think. Probably. The very thin edge.
Actually, yeah, technically, he can cut it into this upper left corner pocket, right?
Yeah, but it's how to get back to the 3.
I don't know if it's ever worth it.
All right, I guess at least Clay will have a turn.
Depends how much of this one he can see, though.
Yeah.
Can he spin around the rails, and can he hit the gap between 8 and 10 after making the 1? I don't think so. It's too steep, right?
It's already hard to avoid the scratch. Like, you have to hit thing and soft to not scratch, I think.
Mm-hmm. But if he does manage, I mean, if he could manage to hit that gap, that would be the natural 3-rail position to come up to.
He's jumping it now.
He's calling the bank shot.
Yep. Jump bank. Ooh, got top of the ball again. It's actually pretty accurate. The line is there, but he just hopped over it, so it's not taking impact.
Yeah.
All right, challenge for Clay.
Yeah, Clay needs to take full advantage of this opportunity because they've been just so few opportunities. One mistake and it loses you the rack pretty much. So I'd say to win this, have a chance for him to win this set, he's got to play pretty much perfect.
Mm-hmm. Well, he has to win this rack, and hopefully, like, if he can, for example, break him in the next rack, then the scoreline becomes 8-7. Suddenly, there's pressure for Steven.
That's right.
Yeah, it's all based on assumption that he's able to close out this one first.
And it's all here for him. If he can just stay composed, this is one that he runs out at a fairly high percentage.
A little soft, but should be okay because the gap between the 9 and the rail is not too hard to get around.
You're thinking go around the 9?
Yeah,
I think he should be able to come
Yeah,
off
forward.
the bottom rail forward without touching the 9.
Oh, you mean like even with a little reverse English?
Yeah, just to touch it inside. I think on top should be able to avoid the 9 and come straight
Mm.
back.
I think it naturally hits just right, like to the left of the 9 ball. So
Might be
Just
around the
don't-
9, yeah.
yeah, just don't hit to the maximum top, like close to the center left. It will probably what I do. Yeah, I mean he got it
was-
okay. Yeah, because I think like naturally it will roll to that point,
Like
so you
full.
can either use left or right to get around.
I see.
It's tricky to tell sometimes.
It worked good. You got a nice nudge off the 9. Give him a decent look at the 7 ball.
All right, straight is fine.
Yeah,
Just need to make it.
good
This
recovery.
looks pretty good.
He did rattle one of those playing me though.
I don't think he's rattling this. Maybe he is
Second.
thinking about that instance, though.
No, because actually this angle somehow it's more difficult when the ball is closer to the rail because you can't hit the any point. If you nudge the point, it wouldn't go. All right, I think he's can take a breath now after making his 10. Nicely done.
Okay.
6-8 is the score.
And let's see,
Clay's break.
let's see if he can complete your prediction of closing out that rack and breaking and running the next and putting that pressure back on Fallen.
Yeah, I sure hope so. I sure hope so. Everyone loves Hill Hill.
Because if it's Hill Hill, it'll be Clay's break.
Yeah.
Whatever the outcome, both of these players have showed a lot of heart and a lot of skill. And they have definitely shown us why they're in this finals match.
And thanks for setting up the stream, Christian. I think it's definitely it will be beneficial for a lot of players to be able to see all those open tournament streams.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
problem. It's a good time, and we get to show off some of the good equipment and the good players in the Northwest.
Yeah.
Always a
Absolutely.
worthy investment.
Always enjoy the Ox streams. You do such a fantastic job. The quality is amazing, and then when you top that off with high quality players, that it's just absolutely top notch. You can't get any better.
Unfortunate for Clay. I think if you replay that break, he just the cue will cross the rack just a tiny bit again, and the 6 almost dropped, but it hit both points of the left side pocket and went out.
But a little bit of navigation required here, because the 3 to the 4 is going to be a very difficult transition.
Not necessarily, because of the 2, as long as he can get to close to straight. Ooh, spicy.
A chance.
Yeah, I think he was really thinking a lot about getting the right shape on the
Yeah.
2 because you had to get the right shape for the 3-4 transition. And, sometimes thinking that far ahead causes you to lose a little bit of focus on the task at hand right in front of you, which is the 1 ball.
Yeah.
And opportunity for Clay.
Harder problem will be the 7 ball, actually. Ooh.
Wow, it's gonna go too far.
Overrun it, yeah. May not be a bad thing. I mean, just regroup and play some safety game from there. Because actually, from the 6 to 7, looking at it, it's not trivial either. Spanking it is going attack mode. Yeah. Good thing is if he can make it. I think this cue ball will, I think he will draw a tiny bit from there, or even stop shot from there. Yeah, like that. And oof, almost made it. And if you miss like that, the cluster is his friend to help block the 2. But if you made it, then the angle is pretty natural from 3 to 4.
Yeah, good shot from Clay. Good choice and good speed that he hit it at. Keeping that pack, stack of balls between the cue ball and the 2.
Yep. I think we are going to see Folan hitting rather hard on this shot. Yeah, like that to create separation. Make the cue ball run up table.
Oh,
Not so lucky this time. I think the cap
yeah.
is there. Yeah.
It goes.
Yeah, it goes. But
How do you get on the
now
3? Force
it's
it?
hard, yeah. You could if you hit super sweet with top left. I think it's enough for the cue ball to swing to the other side, but it's very risky.
This run out is incredibly difficult because
Yeah.
getting on the 3 for 1, and then the 3 to the 4 transition, and then the 4 to the 5, which the 5
Yeah.
is all the way down there. You know, these
Yeah.
are all very difficult transitions between balls. The way that these are laid out.
Yeah, I think he's doing the top.
Yeah.
Um,
This has to be
probably not-
softer.
Yeah, soft. I think I don't. Now thinking about it again, I probably will settle with like I won't try to force it to use the left, just because if I understroke it a tiny bit, I might run into the 4 and 10 and hook myself. Like that would be the most disastrous situation. All right, he hit a sweet, too sweet actually.
He
to be
wants an angle.
straight. Yeah, this is okay. He can draw back and then regroup and then make a safety from there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't blame. Like I will happily take that.
At least if he gets
shot.
the cue ball back to where it is now, right?
Yeah. Draw back and then probably it's better because now you can bring the 4 ball up table to be closer to the 5. Ooh, going forward. He's trying really hard to get to a run out position.
Mm.
All right, now what?
I think you just got to take your medicine now, thin this left edge, and play behind the 9 ball.
Yeah, probably. The thing is, if
tricky.
you thin it, I think the 10 ball should help.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But,
I think that's why you can actually hit it a little bit thicker than like paper thin, you know?
Yeah, but actually, it's hard for the cue ball to hide behind the 9. I think the cue ball will track more towards the 5 instead.
Yeah.
The dangerous part is that if you hit too thick, you might not hit a rail.
Yeah. So you need to get to the rail for sure.
Yeah.
I'm thinking.
So I think you have to dedicate to hitting full to use the 10 by the stopper.
Yeah, hit it full in the face, so it's perfect, right?
Yeah, and then the cue ball with top spin to avoid 8 and go up table to hit the like top shelf.
So kind of like aim the 4 at the pocket almost. So it's a pretty full hit in that case, almost like a half ball hit.
Yeah.
That's what he did. And
All
the 10 gets
right,
the rail.
10
Nice
ball
shot.
gets the rail. Nice shot.
You guys really did a good job commentating that one. I'm looking at it going, God, I don't know what I would do. But listening to you guys, I'm like, that does sound like a good idea. And look at how he executed it.
Yeah. Because if the 10 ball is not there, it would be hard. I mean, well, if the 10 ball is not there, then it goes to the side probably. But 10 ball really helped in that situation.
Yeah, it's just using the tools that are on the table, which is that 10 ball to stop and hold the position of that 4. So all you had to really do is control the speed of the cue ball once you had that angle.
Yeah.
And he did it exceptionally well.
All right. Now the pressure goes to Steven.
What do you call too if you're playing safe on this? You gonna call the 4 or you gonna go 2 rails at it?
Well, in this case, I wouldn't call anything. Maybe I would call 4 in the side just in case.
Yeah.
That is what he called.
Yeah. But
But
I think it's
we all
blocked
know.
by the 4.
Yeah, we all know that he was just calling it to call something.
Uh-huh. All right, open table ish for Clay.
But that 8 ball has moved down table to
Yeah,
hinder a little bit of positional area for
for
the 5
5.
ball.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, you don't want to be that straight on the 5, anyways, but it just kind of added a little more obstacle area for
and
to the 5.
it also blocks off that pocket for the 5. So if you wanted to go short side,
Right, that's right.
it
Yeah,
doesn't help
yeah,
you.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. Because the more natural angle will be to spin around to the other side for the short side.
Hmm.
Um, what will I do? Probably definitely make this one because now all the balls are kind of on the rail. It's hard to use any of those as a wall now.
I've got it. I think I've got the shot.
What is it?
Hit the 4 ball
Yeah.
directly up and down the table to where the 4 nestles between the 8 and 5, and it leaves the cue ball on the bottom rail down here.
Oh, I see. So you're kind of doing a snooker cross.
Yeah. Hit
I
the
see.
4 ball directly to that center diamond and straight up the table. Get it to go straight up the
Yeah.
table and try to nestle it between the 8 and 5, leaving the cue ball down table. It would make it really difficult for Folan to retaliate from that position.
Yeah, if you can really hit the 4 into like in between the 8 and 5, yes.
Yeah.
But he's
Oh no!
that's painful. That's really painful.
Disaster.
That was a very, very
Worst of the
expensive
worst.
attempt.
He might have been going 2 rails out of that corner fast with side, and then going out up the other right hand corner of the table, maybe trying to get into the 5 somehow. I don't know.
The level of difficulty of that shot to get position to make that shot was so hard compared to, I think, the one that I was looking at.
One thing I was thinking about too was if he just rolls it with top, maybe a tiny bit of inside, and gets the cue ball to go bottom rail, hit the gap between 6 and the left long rail, and then goes towards the 5 along that whole line. He's got a shot. It's gonna be a thin cut, but he's guaranteed a shot, and the whole center of the table is open. So just going kind of more natural. I'm not sure if it was really there though.
To solve the problem for the 7.
Oh, is he gonna bust a 7
Yeah.
open? Hit the
Yeah,
9?
hit the 9. Have to hit straight on, not so well.
Not enough.
Not enough.
It was really close.
I got him. He doesn't want to hit like on the other side too much because you could block us. Like the 9 ball could hit one rail back and block between the cube and the 5.
Yeah, that's like millimeters though. If that 9 is touching the rail, that 7 would go probably.
Yeah, probably.
This is a good attempt.
Yeah, I don't know. The previous shot, the 4 ball, I think I would try to looking at this angle, the 7 might go to the side, but you can't shoot it hard.
Yeah, that's the problem. 7 to 8 is gonna be weird when you use that thin into the side pocket.
I think on a 4, I would try to make it and bring the cue ball close to the 5, and think from there, basically. And I think that was what Clay was trying to do.
He's running into this.
Make position. Ooh, nudge it again. Oh, now 7 is definitely in a better position for the side, but
Bank shot.
Yeah, bank shot. But how is he gonna bring the cue ball up table?
Can he
Bank shot
stiff
with
it and go
reverse
forward?
Right English, forward right English.
That might be it.
Yeah,
This might be the shot for the match. He's got to stiff it based on this angle, so he might be able to go forward right.
Yeah, forward and then right English to
Maybe some top as well to kind of banana it a little bit.
top.
Yeah, he's calling it.
Or he's crossing it. Crossing at slower pace with a lot of
crossing.
left spin.
Use the tempo as well.
Wow.
You can see. Wow.
That was really close.
Clay has got to make the most of this opportunity here.
That was for the match. Wow.
It
Like
should be.
shot to me.
I think he wants to overcut this a little bit to the other side of the pocket if he can, so that he can get that 3-rail position for the 7 in the opposite side.
Yeah.
Bring the cue ball back around the table.
Wow.
Or do you put inside English on it and just come 2 rails straight back to the other side of the table? So it checks up off the bottom rail.
I like the first one. Just overcut it a little bit, play 2 rails, and just don't go into the left side pocket scratch. Just kind of hit it with top almost. Not a ton of
I'm
right.
afraid of scratching on the top left, to be honest.
Top left corner, yeah.
Mhm. Unless it's thicker than like the angle is not as deep as I thought. Oh,
No.
He went right in between what we were saying.
Yeah, he didn't cheat the pocket at all.
Didn't overcut it. He had to overcut that to catch the side rail around. Really wanted to catch the side rail around where the second diamond is.
Oh no, that's disaster.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Now, all 3 of these final walls are on the rails, so for us mere mortals, that could be a challenge.
Yeah, still not that easy. All right, so back to the almost a spot where the spot is.
Christian's got to put Clay on camera with his disappointed look.
Yeah, 2 rail, that's the line. Stop rolling, should be good. And bottom left, 2 rail. Soft and easy. Yep. Woo! Pocket speed though. Oh, like undercut that a tiny bit, but still good. All right, shot for the tournament.
And there it goes.
There he goes.
Stephen Bullitt takes down Clay Belvoir 9-6. A very close match for a finals. It could have, Clay wins that rack, and it's
Yeah.
pressure on him.
I think it just comes to that shot.
Yeah, here we go. He's setting it up again. Yeah, it was a little farther away. That's right.
A little farther away. I think a little thinner than that, because now he can actually cheat a lot of angles.
Yeah, he's got more angles here.
Yeah, but I think he's just trying to, yeah. So, yeah, that one is like using probably a tiny bit of a inside also. However, like the shot before, the 9-ball was a little off, away from the side pocket. So the angle going into the long rail was not as parallel to the long rail, I should say. Like it was having some angle.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is
like more like that. So
your position.
yeah,
I agree.
yeah. But either way, had he successfully overcut that one, it should be okay for most of the part.
And this was a really good timing on this tournament because Super Bowl starts at 3:30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me grab them quickly to see if any of those, either of them will come. All right. Be right back.
All right, we're gonna see if we can get a post-match interview, but I'll take this time to thank everyone for joining. Thanks, Patrick, for all the kind words and joining us on the stream the past few hours. It's been a good time. Thanks, Xu Chang, for joining us yesterday and today and playing so well in the tournament. And thanks, Mike, for joining me in the stream, and Francis and some other folks who were on the commentary booth in person and remote, brought the mesh. It was a successful event. I just want to say thanks to all.
Yeah, you're welcome. It was my pleasure to join in, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity. This is very enjoyable to watch these players compete and get to be part of that third place in finals matches today. And yeah, it's going to take these guys a little while to count up all their money and see if, I think Xu Chang wants to see if they want to say a couple of things here.
Yeah, we'll stand by for a little bit to see if anyone wants to join the the booth for a post-match interview or not. Looks like taking down some cables and stuff. So
Yeah, Travis is right on it with the ladder coming out there. And
but yeah, nonetheless, top 3 players right there.
yeah, and also thanks again, Christian, for allowing us to showcase the Evo Sports platform, the Evo Sports portable unit that we were able to set up on Table 5 yesterday at Ox. Looked like it was pretty successful. Got a chance for people to watch, a couple extra matches that they wouldn't have otherwise been able to see. So thank you for giving us that opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. It's seemed like everything was running smoothly. Didn't have too many stutters. I heard got unplugged at one point, but other than that, it seemed to be working as expected. So yeah, good stuff. Good to see. And maybe we'll have some future multi-live stream matches and some bigger events. Who knows? You never know.
Yeah, always good when somebody wants to watch a specific player, but there's only, 1 or 2 tables on the stream. You get to have a little extra if there's somebody specific you want to watch. Always great to have more stream tables, give people options.
Yeah, the future hopefully will be every table will be always available from every angle, but we're working our way there little by little. Let's get more cameras in the room and we'll be able to do more stuff.
Yeah, just like channels on your TV, it's like, oh, well, this one's boring. I'm going to switch to this one. And, you can just kind of navigate through, see which one you want to watch.
All right, let's see. Are we going to get a post-match interview or are we going to call it a wrap?
I don't know. It's up to you. You call it. I'm about to turn on the TV and start watching the Super Bowl stuff.
Yeah, Steven's coming.
Steven's coming? All right.
He's just texting at the door.
Well, I will let you two handle the post-tournament interviews. I'm going to check out and start watching the Super Bowl game. So thanks again for having me on. It was a pleasure. And congratulations, Shu Chang, on a great tournament. And you guys enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
Yeah,
What's
thanks,
up,
Patrick. Oh, looks like Clay jumped in the booth.
Yeah, I think Steven's going to come here in a second. He was on his phone, so.
Yeah, we're just signing off with Patrick. Thanks a lot, Patrick.
All right, guys, and congrats, Clay, on a great tournament.
Thank you.
You shot fantastic, man. It was a pleasure to watch.
That last shot
Yeah.
sucked.
Well,
We always dwell on the last shots, though, don't we?
Well, all I have to do is overcut the ball, hit the long rail, hit the short rail, and come down, and I have the 7. I just undercut it. But
Well, I'm gonna jump off and leave you to Shu Chang and Christian. But have a great Sunday, everybody, and we'll talk to you guys soon.
I see Patrick.
all right, see you, Patrick. Thanks. So, Clay, tell us about it. How'd it go? You were playing strong at a couple points in there. It was looking back and forth. I think it was, 4-4? You were looking pretty strong. Tell me what happened there.
I mean, just like any set, there's a couple little mistakes here and there that really hurt me, and yeah, I had a chance, and I just kept trying in a battle away. I'm like, if I get back that to 8-7, anything can happen.
Yeah, definitely.
Neither one of us are breaking very good.
Yeah,
So,
the breaks on the spread were looking a little bit weird, but I think he had I think on the 5-4 match or 6-4, he had a break and run towards the end there, or 2 break and runs. I'm not sure that kind of kept his serve, and he was able to take advantage of those couple mistakes. So it seems like second half he was able
even
to.
at that though, he wasn't making those 2 balls behind the 1 ball. It was just kind of semi luck to make one in the corner.
Yeah, the corner balls. Yep,
Good
those were
position.
going.
Yeah, I was moving the ball around because I played on this table several times yesterday, and just trying to figure out a way to somehow get a ball to go in. But I just couldn't figure it out no matter where I moved. For some reason, I don't know why, like your normal spot, both those balls were going long.
They're going
past the
long.
side.
Yeah, I noticed it was kind of like it's either the third or fourth row balls, the ones that track all the way up to the corners. Those were the ones that were actually going more often into the corner, like right where you're breaking from. Those two corners. It was a little bit weird.
There was a ball that was going in naturally every single time to the corner pocket, but every time when I did it, it was getting kicked.
Interesting. Yeah, and I noticed yesterday, and Dan Louis was doing a lot of breaking from kind of the 9-ball spot, breaking off to the side and doing something like that. Maybe get more action on the rack and less consistent, maybe, but just trying to get something down just because of how hard it is. But
yeah, you see a lot of at least in the Predator events, where those two front balls don't go, so they were started doing the side because if you don't make anything, usually the balls are kind of muddy up. And that's kind of the reason why you do it. And you're trying to make the one kind of like they do on the Matchroom events.
Yeah, makes sense.
One on the side.
Well, yeah, all in all, congratulations on the event. Good win against Yucheng this morning. A lot of good kicking, a lot of good runouts in those sets. But go back and watch the tape. You got some stuff you can look back on. I'm sure you know what things you want to work on. Little mistakes here and there.
Kind of a last minute decision. I haven't been playing that much.
Oh wow, this is pretty good for a last minute decision then.
I don't know. I'm just kind of trying to have fun with it, and if I have nothing going on, I'll play.
Yeah.
I've been working on my pre-shot routine as far as like step into the ball instead of this chalking and get down on the ball, which I think has really helped.
Ah, that's good.
But yeah, I mean, I kind of was this, I don't know, just kind of a free roll this weekend because I didn't really care that much. So that sometimes that helps. But
definitely. It kind of takes some pressure off, right? Playing for fun, not too big of a deal.
Well, and then I got not lucky, but I mean, I could draw to where, I didn't have Daniel or Steven on my side.
Oh, true. Yeah, until the hot seat.
I mean, that's a lot, depending on like who's in the tournament. But it's just, I mean, that matters a lot. It allowed me to, I mean, I still had to beat Danny and Shusheng, but like, sometimes there's a little bit difference in having Daniel or Steven on the same side.
Yeah, definitely.
But
I'll
get Steven up here on the booth here shortly.
Yeah, let's do it. Happy Super Bowl.
Talk to you.
See ya. Clay Belvoir, ladies and gentlemen, signing off. Runner up. We're gonna get the champ in the booth next. Do a little talking back and forth, and then we'll see you guys later.
Can I see you? Not really. They're not on the.
Aloha.
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Good. This is Christian, right?
Yeah.
How's Virginia?
Pretty good. Congratulations on the win.
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, you played pretty well. I saw a lot of good breaking runs there at the end, under some pressure situations.
Yeah. There was one of them though, where I had the 1-3 combo. Oh no, just the one, and I had to brush the 3 to get shape on it, and I missed the one that one kind of stung.
Yeah. It was kind of like too focused on getting the little clip on the balls, but a lot of good shots. Clay had that massive, thin off or open up the pocket with the 10 stuck on the rail on the point to the side pocket, and he was coming back there, and then tell me about the middle of the match. You kind of were going back and forth, and you took that long break. Do you think that helped out, or
yeah?
what?
My hands were cold, so I went and grabbed a coffee and warmed them up on my coffee cup. My hands were just really cold, so I thought I'd take a break. I took the break on my break, and so that not to try and slow him down or anything. Yeah, just kind of reset, and that's when I came back. I broke. It was a good break, and
that was the one.
Landed on the one, and those kind of shots, when you kind of soft roll them, you get a little bit more like collision induced throw, and then you end up hitting it fat, right? So, and I know all these things, but sometimes you're down on the shot and you just see it a certain way. And I was trying to control the 3 ball, so.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, we're watching back and forth. Some good highlight reel matches there. Good highlight reel shots. Yesterday, today, some.
Yeah, I think I played a bit better yesterday. I was a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, I think out of the tournament must have been that double cross bank to the side, and you had the 9 and the 10 kind of glued to each other. Those were pretty sweet.
Swinging for the fences, really. I was just kind of
just
hit and hope, and they luckily they went in.
But yeah.
But yeah, I think there was a big rack for me was when he hooked me on the 3 and I called the 3 in the side.
Oh, and it went in. Yeah.
Yeah, I just called it. I was trying to kick and stick, so I got really lucky because I mean you can make that ball,
Yeah, pretty often. No, for sure.
Like 1 in 10 or something. But like,
yeah,
the objective there was to try and kick and stick the cue ball and send the 3 ball up table, and I didn't do what I was supposed to do. I didn't get the cue ball stuck. It drifted on me, but luckily I made the 3, and double luck. The cue ball drifted up and gave me a look at the 4. So it was kind of that was very fortunate on my behalf.
Yeah, I'm replaying it on the stream, but this is the shot he's talking about. No, you won't see it. It's on the live stream, but yeah, you went for the kick and stick. You had it went kind of thick, and then you always got to make sure you call that. When you're kicking at those balls, when you're playing safe. We were talking about it a lot on the live stream. It never makes sense. Yeah, it never makes sense really to not call a pocket. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I did that actually earlier on when I had the 1. I was just trying to hook him. Yeah, but you know what? I didn't think I could get the 1 anywhere near that side pocket. I thought it was too thin a cut.
Mm-hmm.
But I think my cue ball hopped a little bit and then it ended up kind of cutting it thinner. So
yeah.
I just learned a shot.
Something to learn for the folks out there. I'll always call it when you're playing 10 ball. Always call your shot.
Yeah.
You can call safety in 8 ball. Not really useful to call safety here, but
sometimes gets away from you. Is what you're going to play a safe, and the object ball's going kind of the speed you want to play it at. It's going nowhere near the pocket, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then when you call it, then you're trying to half make it now. You know what I mean? So you can confuse yourself by sometimes calling the shot.
It messes with your head sometimes. That's for sure.
Yeah, because then you start trying to make it. Then instead of just playing the safety, you're trying.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of good learnings there. Don Davidson's over in the chat saying nice shooting, Sven. He says good stuff. Yeah. And congratulations. I think
Clay was a tough player. He's I was saying to him yesterday. He's one of those guys that he just never gives up. He's he never puts that quit stroke on. He's like if I walk into the room and I just start watching him play someone else, I don't know if he's 6-0 up or 6-0 down. He's just solid, and he never gives up. And there's some players that are higher rated than him, and once they get down in a match,
they're done. Yeah.
Yeah. Some people just kind of get that. They kind of half give up. But he's just he's a fierce competitor, and I never enjoy playing him because he's really tough.
Yeah,
so
that's for sure.
Kind of fortunate to have come out that and won.
Yeah. He said he was not playing too much recently, but he's kind of playing in a little bit looser pressure off his shoulders. Doesn't have to play too hard. Not expecting too much, and it seems like it worked out well in this tournament to get to the final.
Yeah, I think his first tournament back was because he said he was going to take some time off, and I saw him. What was it? A month ago, 3 weeks ago, something like that in Spokane. And he got 5th out of 128 players.
Wow.
He nearly got to Spence on the B side, and he just played one little bad shot that kind of cost him. But yeah, he had a good showing in that tournament without picking up his cue for a while. So
yeah,
he's a good player
for sure. It's like riding a bike. Alrighty, well, I think we're gonna sign off here. Thanks for joining us in the booth for a little post match. Congratulations once again.
All right, cheers.
Yeah,
what do I need to do here? Do I need to just put the mic down and walk away? Or?
Yeah, push the red button to mute it next to the slider that says number 1, and you're good to go.
Obviously, the one that just muted. Okay.
Yeah. Alrighty.
All right, catch you later, Christian. See ya.
Yep, see you later.
Bye.
Stephen Folan, anyone? Your champion, Stephen Folan, 10 ball open here at Ox Super Bowl weekend. And that's going to be a wrap. Ox signing off. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.